interesting thing is that with new Trump policies, you know,
before the meeting, like going up to audience members, but it got made
they're going to be there a long time.
more clarification. What's that? I don't know. I don't watch the news. So.
difficulties. We are back, and you can live stream us. We want you to know that we did move the agenda items, and we're doing the surf club item, which is 4A first. So we've had the staff report on the surf club, and I believe now we are going to have a report from code enforcement. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. And the TV station will bring it up in just a second.
Thank you.
There we go. Mitch, can you pass this to Mitch?
So good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, fellow city staff, and members of the public who are joining us tonight. My name is Mitch Nabhan. I'm the city's code enforcement supervisor, and among other things, I oversee our city's enforcement program. So what I've prepared for you tonight is just a high-level review of some of the information and data that we have collected largely since the Surf Club went operational back in the fall of 2024. During my time with our city's code compliance department, I've actually been involved with this project, assigned to mitigating noise, going back to the initial development phases and the test wave in, I believe it was in April or May of 2020. Kind of seen, had some interaction with the ownership group, have some interaction with management on site through the different progressive steps they've taken to both test the wave, develop the wave, and then get to a state where they've been operational. So I have a lot of experience on site at this facility working with this particular business. Apologies, I'll lean in. So pictured here on this slide are just some reference points. So in the middle is a satellite overview image of the Palm Springs Surf Club. There's been some data callouts. So if you noticed kind of in the southwest corner, which is bottom left corner, those three buildings that are identified are the wave-making system pump houses. There's one that is immediately to the north of the pool, one immediately to the west, and one to the south. So these are the buildings that house the machinery that produces the waves. These are also the buildings immediately to the south and west are the two buildings that generally are the source of the noise that has created these impacts on the surrounding neighborhoods to the south across the wash. If you notice that blue dot along that concrete paved area, that's the bike path. That's generally where we conduct our noise observations. So that's where myself and my team have set up. There's an image to the left there that shows what that looks like. That's our noise level measurement device, our decibel reader that's positioned on the bike path, which is immediately adjacent to the south property line of the nearest wave-making systems pump house. So that's where we are collecting our logged data. That's incredibly close to the property line. That's and generally our noise measurement procedure, while we get a lot of reported concerns from the neighbors that are across the wash, part of our process is once we've identified the source of the noise, we make our observation from the nearest available point just beyond the property line to conduct our logged readings. Additionally, we will then reposition over, if it's known where the reporting party is, we'll conduct a secondary observation from that location to get an idea of what exactly they're experiencing, as well as what the noise level is just beyond the property line. And then on to the right, again, when we talk about our city's noise ordinance and what the noise level limit is and what's a noise violation, there is a set limit, a noise level limit. It's broken up into 3 different time periods throughout the day. There's a 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., and then 10 p.m. overnight to 7 a.m. During the daytime hours, our city's noise ordinance allows variation above that. So that table on the right is the time durations correction table. So during the daytime hours, which is defined within our municipal code as the hours between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., In addition to what the permitted noise level limit is, there are allowed to have that variation above that set limit for very brief periods of time, measured each hour. Getting into kind of what and again, this log data is pulled from our measurements specifically related to the wave-making system. So this, I have some slides later on that will display some information about the special event noise, the music noise. So these particular logged readings and this graph displays noise that's isolated specifically to the wave-making system from that vantage point of what was on the previous slide. The top graph shows just a wave profile that's generally in compliance with our city's noise ordinance. So you'll notice that orange line, that is the permitted noise level limit for this particular property from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. That noise level limit is 70 decibels. So that's what that orange line is representative of. And then as you see that, that blue information on the graph, that's where those are the data points from our logged data. So when we're taking decibel readings, the data is logged at 1 second intervals. So again, it generates a lot of data points. It's continuously monitoring, and these two graphs are generally representative of the most common wave profiles that we have seen during our time observing while the business has been operational to the public. So the top is, again, a compliant waves. You'll notice what's that? Sure, yeah. So on the top half, you'll see fewer waves in each set and more time in between sets. So the top graph is representative of generally 3 to 4 waves per set for a total of 1 minute and 35 seconds in duration with 70-second intervals in between sets. And then the second half of that top graph, you'll notice that there's a pause or a break in the session. And you'll see that there's more waves in each set and less time in between. So it's approximately 6 to 8 waves per set with a 2 minute and 50-second total duration of each set with around 55 seconds of interval in between sets. So again, we would look at that as a good wave profile operating and compliant. You'll notice the numbers that are below. That's the time of each value, each second that it was at that particular range. So the green is good. As it gets to red, that's progressively bad. So you'll see that in that top graph, the noise as the wave is kind of ramping up and creating those waves. It's generally living in that range between 70.1 decibels up to, I believe it's 76. Looking at the bottom graph, again, that's, again, over an observed 60-minute period, the frequency and the amount of time above that permitted noise level limit because of the amount of waves in each set is representative of a profile that has been found in violation. So we do see this occasionally. Again, consistent amount of waves per set throughout the 60 minutes, approximately 6 to 8 waves, 2 minutes and 50 seconds duration, and approximately 80 to 90 seconds in between sets over that observed 60-minute period, with no extended breaks kind of breaking up those two things. And then when we're looking at the compliant wave profile as it gets into the later evening, so outside of that highest level of noise range from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. So essentially, if the surf club were operating their wave system beyond 6 p.m., you lose 10 decibels of noise. So the noise level limit resets to 60 decibels. And again, this graph on the bottom half is representative of what that looks like. You'll notice a lot more blue over that orange. That's not a good thing. So again, looking at the bottom graph, it's the same profile, but the waves are now hitting in that plus 11 to plus 15 decibel range, whereas when it was compliant from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., they were in that plus 3 to plus 6. And then both the frequency and duration of the wave sets would need to be reduced, even with the compliant wave, before 6 p.m. to be able to fit within what's allowed above the permitted noise level limit. And then when, again, looking at the non-compliant wave, similarly, looking at both the frequency and duration, each set generally exceeds the permitted limits by 3 to 6 decibels, which would be in violation as it gets beyond 6 p.m. With the noise level limit threshold reducing, you have a lot more blue above. Again, that's bad. So those generally fall in the plus 15 to plus 18 decibel range, which again, if we're going back to the time durations correction table, you're really only allowed to be within those ranges for 1 to 2 minutes per each observed 60-minute window. So it really limits your ability to operate the wave as they desire within each hour to maybe one or two sets. Some more observational references here. Again, this is looking at the distance to neighborhoods and how it relates to the surf club. Specifically from the wave system, Glenn had mentioned it was around 915 feet to the nearest residence on East Cherry Hills. It's about 1,200 feet to the area near Cherry Hills and South Brentwood Drive. It's about 1,900 feet to the area near the 2100 block of South Brentwood Drive. That's generally where the most reported concerns from reported concerns that weren't submitted anonymously when they were submitted by neighbors who supplied their address. That's the general area of houses that were that expressed those negative noise impacts. In the Melody Ranch neighborhood, is the nearest residence is about 1,300 feet, and that's located in the Seven Lakes Country Club off of Desert Lakes Drive. I'm not aware of any reported concerns that we've gotten from them. Most of the reported concerns have come from residents of the Tockwoods Creek Golf neighborhood, and again, that's specifically related to the negative noise impacts that were created by the wave-making system. Now we're looking at we lost it. When we're looking at the amphitheater, so the area where the special events, the larger scale live entertainment events occur, those are generally in the southeast corner. So you'll notice the sound waves that are kind of emanating from that on the graph. We have received concerns from neighbors who reside as far as the Villa de los Flores neighborhood, which is still part of the Tockwoods Creek Golf Course neighborhood, but that's about 2,300 feet away. And again, sound travels, especially at lower frequencies on a cold night, a lot farther. And then how that relates to the other portions similar to the Tockwoods Creek Golf Course neighborhood is 940 feet to the nearest residence on East Cherry Hills Drive, 1,500 feet to the area near East Cherry Hills and South Pebble Beach, 1,947 feet approximately to the area near the 2100 block of South Brentwood Drive. So again, that area in between 1,500 and 1,900 square feet, or 1,900 feet distance-wise from that amphitheater area is generally been the source of most of the reported concerns that we have received. And that's specifically related to to some of the larger scale musical events.
What time have you received those complaints?
So with those events, the festival related events that occur at the facility in April are put on between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. We have recently received some reported concerns about some events associated with the surf club's night swim, I think is what they're promoting it as, which if you look at the overhead of the facility, they usually host those in the area around the lazy river and pool that's kind of more central. So those will come late at night because those events generally occur in the later night hours up until about 10 p.m. I think is when they end. Most of the reported concerns associated with the wave-making noise have come in the morning, the early morning hours. And then obviously the music festival event-related noise has been in the afternoon and the evening times. Looking specifically at a couple of the larger scale amphitheater concert events. So going back to April of this year, there was a couple of festival-related events that were hosted at the Surf Club. These concerts took place on both Saturdays and Sundays for consecutive weekends from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. The log data, which is going to be shown on the next slide, was observed on Saturday, April 19th, 2025, from 1 p.m. through the conclusion of the concert that day. That data was logged at 1 second intervals. The event wrapped up shortly after 6 p.m. I think it was like 6:12 p.m. The noise readings that are going to be shown on the next slide are largely going to be consistent with how the event was held that following Sunday, as well as the previous Saturday and Sunday. There wasn't a whole lot of variation from the data that we received. Specifically for those events, there were 14 reported noise concerns logged. That's broken down by weekend 1 and weekend 2. So weekend 1, we had 11 reported concerns. Weekend 2, we had 3 reported concerns. The reported concerns were almost exclusively received from the neighbors, from the Tacos Creek Golf Course neighborhood, and referenced largely the bass vibration as the source of the nuisance. And then again, this is just a visual of kind of what that event looked like over a period of a little over 5 hours. So obviously the orange line is the permitted noise level limit for this particular day. And this time it was 70 decibels. You'll notice a drop off at the end. That's when we eclipsed 6 p.m. and that noise level limit dropped to 60 decibels. So, again, this ultimately, this profile was found in violation. There was a notice of violation, a citation that was assessed to the Surf Club relative to these findings. Generally, what we're going to see during an event, you're going to see kind of those spikes above. But again, the goal of the noise ordinance and what it allows, we want to see fewer of those in kind of less thick sections for that to be a compliant profile. Overall, like maximum noise, I don't think there was anything that measured over the plus 24 decibels that are generally allowed. It's just, the noise that was observed was largely maintained within that plus 11 to plus 15 range, which each hour you don't get a whole lot of allowance in. That is all I have to present for now, but I'm available. If the board has any questions, I'll turn it back over to Glenn and Chris for now.
Questions of the code officer? Are there any? Yes, Commissioner Morrow.
For the readings that you just showed us, were those taken on the bike path, or were they taken in the actual neighborhoods?
Sure. So those readings that I showed for the compliant wave profile, or for the amphitheater event?
For both.
For both. So for the wave profile, those were taken from the bike path immediately to the south,
Right.
kind of near the southwest corner. For the festival specific for the amphitheater concerts, those readings were taken from the neighboring property. The Desert Water Agency allowed us to set up to be able to facilitate some readings from their property. And we were located roughly 150 feet east of the stage setup.
Right, but you don't have any readings from 900 to 1,500 feet away?
We have taken logged readings. Generally, when we're doing those observations, unless the readings are spiking from the bike path in excess of 84 decibels. So for a compliant wave profile, or even that non-compliant profile that we were seeing where it was in that +3 to +6 range, the way that sound travels across that wash, those 900 feet, does not register on our logged noise level meter above the ambient noise. Again, there's a lot of traffic on Gene Autry coming over that bridge.
Right.
There's a lot of trees. There's airplanes going over. So generally, even if we are finding the log data showing that they're in violation from the bike path, a lot of times it's not measuring above what the ambient readings are of about 45 to 48 decibels on any given day, depending on what the wind's doing, depending on kind of what the traffic is doing. So it's not causing a spike. There have been times where it has, but generally, most instances, it's not causing any spikes above that measured ambient level from the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Lane?
But when you receive a complaint from a resident, do you always respond? And do you respond in person, or do you go to the site, take measurements, and then if it warrants it, talk to the resident who has complained?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for the question. So whenever we receive a report of concern, depending on if it was submitted anonymously or if there is a reporting party to follow up with, we will reach out to them. It generates an in-person response from one of my code officers. Sometimes it's me. And those are usually pretty quick. So they're within 20 minutes, depending on availability, depending on what time. But we have officers that work 7 days a week and generally have our city covered from around 6 a.m. to about 1 a.m. And those are, we haven't really received any reported concerns outside of those times. So when we are getting those reported concerns, we are responding to them in person very shortly after we receive them. Our first response is generally going to be the bike path. Especially if the reported concern is related to the wave-making noise. So we're going to respond there, and we're going to get an idea of what the operating conditions are. We have at times noticed, especially if we're seeing reported concerns in the early morning hours, that the roll-up doors of the pump houses may be open because they're working on something or they're having issues with some of the heat elements in there. And when we notice that those roll-up doors are open, we essentially have the data to support that if they continue to operate that system for that entire hour, it's going to be in violation of the noise ordinance. So again, we take enough log data at that point to confidently make a determination of whether or not a violation of the noise ordinance exists or not. And again, that could take up to 60 minutes. And then from there, we will also circle back to the neighborhood. If we have another officer available, sometimes we'll have an officer responding at the bike path, and we'll send another officer over into the neighborhood to kind of do an observation and see what they're picking up from there. And again, if the reporting party has supplied us with their contact information, we will generally follow up with them if it's submitted via our city's web-based reporting tool or the city app. We'll provide them with a written disposition of what our findings were. A lot of times we'll also call the reporting parties and speak with them on the phone. I have met some of them in person in front of their homes when they've seen me out there taking readings. And we'll kind of give them an overview of what we've been finding, how it relates to the noise ordinance, and try and take that opportunity to kind of educate them on what the city noise ordinance allows.
Okay, this sounds like an awful lot of time over the course of the year. Do you have a feel for hours that are spent? Is that something that's tracked? Or do you have a feel for what the manpower costs are associated with it?
Sure. So it does take a lot of time. Thank you for recognizing that. Not only physically responding and taking the log data, but then reconciling it all after the fact, which is largely done by myself. Again, we have some tools that help expedite that, but it's still, it does take a lot of staff time. So again, the way that our noise ordinance has been adopted is that we would need to conduct our observation for up to an hour, each hour, to be able to accurately determine whether or not a violation has existed. And when you have a business that is kind of operating on the margins, sometimes it takes that full hour of log data to demonstrate that, look, they exceeded the +6 limits by 2 seconds, and it took me 3,600 values to get that. Sometimes if they're excessively loud, if they're operating at +15 or +20, we only need to observe for about 5 minutes, right? So we need to observe long enough to be able to confidently determine and support the citation that we are issuing if it comes up for appeal. So we have all of our documented responses logged. We have all of our log data in there, so we can give a rough estimate on what the staff time is, but generally each response, as far as, again, driving out, conducting our observation, doing our follow-up, takes, roughly an hour to 2 hours of staff time.
And then are the fines that are imposed related, or do they correlate with the amount of time that manpower that is required to investigate, or is it a fixed flat amount?
Sure. So the fine schedule for these they're considered infraction penalties. So any violation of the noise ordinance is considered an infraction penalty. So that fee schedule is codified with a $100 first citation, $250 for a second, $500 for a third and subsequent. There's also some language in there that the city can pursue civil charges or charges a misdemeanor with a penalty up to $1,000. That has not been something that the city has pursued. So, at the point that we're at with the surf club now, because we've had multiple visits where they were found in violation, we've assessed administrative penalties. Essentially, every time they're found in violation, the fine amount starts at $500, and then depending on kind of what the factors are, if there are more than one violation observed, that could compound into an additional fine amount.
Okay, one last question, I promise that's it. Is there technology available, and does the city have technology that would allow remote monitoring, stationary monitoring devices, and then you can do this remotely or digitally, or do you physically need to go every time?
Yeah, the technology exists, and our city did explore. We beta tested a fixed device that you place, and it continuously logs, and it's tied in with a software dashboard that reconciles the data and kind of gives you a report. So unofficially, the city has used that. I think currently our process and the code is what we can attest to as far as the officer's observation. And so in these instances where we have found them in violation, it has been an officer positioned with a decibel reader and logging that data. But I know that familiar with the city's vacation rental program, some of our owners will also utilize third-party devices and software that continuously tracks. You can install them at fixed locations throughout your property. It'll give you alerts if it hits certain parameters. So the technology exists. I think our department has explored seeing if it's a viable option for us. And again, I think that's still something that is being considered.
Thank you.
I just have a follow-up on that. So there was a photo we saw earlier that you had looked like a little speaker on a pole. That's not there permanently. That was just a temporary.
Yeah, so that's a sound level reader affixed to a tripod, and then Officer Grijalva, who's sitting in the front row here, he's the person that is standing behind that, monitoring as it's logging the data, or myself sometimes doing that too. And again, the reason why it's also important to have a bit of a human element there is because there's environmental factors. There's obviously planes passing by frequently. There's the general public that are coming through on the bike path, and so when we're noticing kind of something that's an anomaly in what the readings are, we want to be able to attest to what caused that. And so, again, the log data is the log data, but then, the other part of it is the officer's notes to explain any sort of things that just seem out of the ordinary.
I have three quick questions. If this weren't industrial, what would the decibel level be allowed during the daytime?
Sure. So the lowest threshold of noise is for our residential low density, and that's during the 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. time frame. It's a 50 decibel limit with allowances, and then it increases from there. So we have residential low density, residential high density, commercial, industrial.
And then second, your equipment doesn't measure bass at this point, nor does our noise ordinance measure bass or deal with that concern that you've said that the neighbors raise.
Sure, that's a great question. So our equipment does have the capability of measuring in C-weighted decibels, which is generally what the bass measures at. However, our noise ordinance doesn't have a threshold or a limit, like a numbered limit specifically to bass. So the way that bass is dealt with is codified in our noise ordinance is, does it exceed the vibration perception threshold? And so essentially is that, are you able to feel it, like the sensation of the bass vibration beyond the property line? So for those instances where we are receiving a report that, for example, like my whole house is shaking, It's like there's an earthquake because of the base. In those specific reports, we would go straight to that reporting party's property if we were aware of it. We would make our observation, and again, we would observe the conditions, whether or not, again, we are able to feel that sensation. Does it exceed the vibration detection threshold? We would physically place our hand on the wall to see if we can feel that vibration through that. So that's how base is dealt with currently in our noise ordinance. So our equipment does have the capability of logging that information at those lower frequencies. It doesn't really come into effect unless it exceeds that vibration detection threshold.
And then the last question, and it's a bit rhetorical, does our city have have the ability for the applicant to go in and for a special event to exceed the noise ordinance?
So generally, no. Almost every single special event permit that I've seen as part of that process, the only variation that I've seen is allowing them to operate maybe beyond that 10 p.m. threshold. But generally, there's never any language in there that provides them with exception to exceeding the city's permitted noise ordinance. I think it's actually canned language where it says like you may not exceed the city's noise level limits for your particular zoning. So while they could technically get, and we see it with some of the Splash House After Dark events at the Air Museum, where they will operate beyond what generally is that 10 p.m. Kind of most quiet period into the later hours of 2 a.m. They are not permitted technically to exceed the noise level limit for that particular zoning in that time.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you so much for your service. At this point, are there generally questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm going to open the hearing and...
Or the applicant.
Oh, Chris.
Madam Chair, if we could maybe call the owner of the surf club up first as the applicant.
We would generally do that in the public hearing, and she has 10 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Mara Smith, and thank you for letting me come in tonight. I am representing the surf club. Behind me, I also have a ownership. I have management and our employees here. So we collectively want everybody to understand that we absolutely take this serious. We want everyone to also, and forgive me, out of all the folders I brought tonight, the one I didn't bring was my speech. So if I jump around a little bit, please give me some grace. We have been part of the surf club since 2019, I believe, and this has been a challenge for sure. This is a startup. This is new technology. We've had our challenges with it, obviously breaking down, learning the industry and understanding what it is. This was in 1985, I thought it was 82. There was a water park built, and it is sitting in the middle of Palm Springs, which I've fallen in love with, and I'm so grateful that I get to be and understand the community here. As a whole, our business is an entertainment facility. We teach people to surf. We also have an amphitheater. We have restaurants. We have a water park. We have slides. We have children there every day. And I have received many complaints from not just the children screaming and the music, but also the wave machine. And we want to recognize that we are trying on our best mitigation efforts that we have put in. We have explored the opportunity of installing a sound wall, which will give us about 2 decibels of saving, not much more than that. We have installed sound blankets in our machine room. We have explored right now, and we're hoping to put forth to the planning department, or who, I'm not sure who we do this with, but doing a living wall of foliage to help mitigate the sound. As a business, we work with a community. We host weddings there, and we've hosted birthday parties, and we've hosted adult swims. We've also host children every day. We host high schools, elementary schools, and they come in and they celebrate life. This is a fun event space. And there will always be noise with it. That is, I know that for us, I have personally gone to the local communities, HOA meetings, answered their questions, handed out my personal cell phone, trying to relieve code enforcement a little bit, so I'd rather have them reach out to me directly to relieve them of having to get 60 calls from them. I had an experience over Easter, which I want to hear the neighbors and be a really amazing neighbor. And I stand there, and anytime they ask me to hold a meeting there, I'll allow them. Anytime they ask for a donation, we gift it to them. We have offered many times, please come down, sit down with us, and I would love to be part of your community meetings. On, I think it was April 20th, one of the residents of that community came in and actually spit in my face, which to them, I want to give them the grace that they're frustrated, and just as we are frustrated, so forgiving them. And there was no part on my thing that I wanted to retaliate, or all I could say was, I'm sorry, and I'll speak again another day, because this is probably an elevated time. And they were emotional and frustrated. So to answer that, we are trying in our very best efforts to do what we can to do everything right, to be a good neighbor. And I am so grateful to the many residents within that neighborhood or all around Palm Springs that support us. We support the local community. We are obviously the people that come in for the winter. I don't want to say snowbirds. We have different clientele that come out throughout the year, so our noise level changes. We have community partners throughout the desert, not just in Palm Springs. We spend a lot of time and energy and effort to entrench ourselves within the neighborhood, and not just the Takowitz, but then the Seven Lakes, but all of them. And I really absolutely enjoy, and I think every one of my staff members will up there, we welcome everyone to come in and to enjoy it and see it. And it is 22 acres, and we have water slides, and we have a lazy river, and it's a big space. I personally have gone over to some of the neighborhoods, homes, where I ride my bike in there, and I take our sound media reading recorder. Sorry, Mitch. I take it with me because I want to experience what they're experiencing. And I do appreciate that there is a noise, that there's always going to be noise. And I also stood out there today while airplanes were flying over our head, and I had to stop conversations when they were, I guess the fighter pilots were coming in. But I appreciate their concerns. But I also am here to say we are a business, and we want to be part of this community, and we want to be great neighbors. We have installed a permanent fixture that Mitch was speaking about. We have readings from the last year, and I have readings from, I'm sorry, forgive me, from 10/24 with me tonight until yesterday. And we track it. My security rides up on the bike path once an hour. We do our readings, we log it, and we also spend time, we've spent time with the local police department to work with them on not just the noise, but we've also, our security staff comes and helps with the homeless population in the Wash. So we are there constantly doing that path through with them. Trying to answer the questions and to do it right. I am lucky enough that I've had many meetings with many officials within the city. I spend time with them to better understand how we can help and how we can do a better job, and also how we can all just show up for each other. And I thank the people that came in tonight, and there's people that came in from that neighborhood that are in support of us and some that aren't, and I want to hear everyone. We also own a home in that neighborhood, we rent a home in that neighborhood. We're on Broadmoor. So we are that part of that neighborhood as well. Standing there with them, I understand it, that their issues, and they have a right to be heard, and I want to help them. But also, please call me and let me help you instead of taking up the time of code enforcement or anything with that. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but I don't want, we have an issue with the chillers in our systems, and I think we all have talked about the sound noise from that particular machine. It's loud, and we have done enough mitigation that I don't believe that they've had a complaint on that for months. So we have been successful in doing some of the sound. The event space, we will continue to have sound. I think we failed one Tuesday night on our readings when we had 70 hikers out on the patio and they had iced tea. It wasn't like they were there that long, and we failed. We were above the decimal reading of 55 when we just had people sitting on our patio. So it is a challenge for us. And I just want to recognize that we are here to help it. We want to hear you, and I want to, in the future, keep working together within that community as well as with the whole city of Palm Springs. So thank you so much for today. Again, sorry I did not bring my one page, but I was trying to get it. And I'm looking forward to answering questions. One question I have, Mitch, how many times have you guys come out and we didn't fail? Which would be an interesting question. How many times can we get that to say that we?
I think he really can't answer that in this, but we can ask that question of him later. What I'm going to do is have the public come up,
Sure.
open the public hearing, and then bring you back up.
Thank you
don't
so
go
much.
away.
I appreciate it.
Are there members of the public who wish to speak?
So I'm going to call in order of who submitted a card to speak. For those that are online, I'd put this in the note, but if you wish to speak, please raise your hand, and once we do in-chamber comments, we'll come to those online. The first speaker that I have is Tom Jennings, followed by Jim Russell.
I'm Todd Jennings. I live in the Tuckwis Creek neighborhood. My primary concern is the wave machine. I'd like to address a couple what feel to be false narratives that are sort of circulating. One, the people in the neighborhood do not want the park to fail. Everyone that I know of is supportive of this park. Two, as suggested by the news program last night, we do not hate children or families. Okay? And third, this is really an issue of corporate responsibility, right? You make the noise, you're responsible to the neighbors. So I'm hoping that the commission will consider this a data-driven decision, because it's really the only way that you can be both fair and equitable to all parties involved. With corporate profits come corporate responsibilities. And while I appreciate the narrative to try to personalize or humanize a corporation, at the end of the day, they are not, right? They are not. It's a corporation. There may be carrying people there, but at the end of the day, it's a corporation that's earning profits off a negative impact to those in the neighborhood. It can be remedied, and that's all we're simply asking. We don't want the park to go away. We don't want those who enjoy the park to not be there. We'd like to enjoy the park, but not at the expense of the quality of life of our neighborhood. So I'm simply asking that we've got the data. I'm a social scientist. I love database decisions. So I'm hoping that you do as well, and that you see it as a way to move forward in an objective and fair way. Thanks.
Jim Russell, followed by Taya Felkel.
Hi, my name's Jim Russell. I live in the Tuckwitz Creek Golf Course neighborhood. And really, the only reason we're here today is because of noise. If there was no noise being created, I would not be here today. I'd be out on my back patio having a beer. There is one problem. When we moved into the house, the previous water park was operating, and it was great. We heard it, but it wasn't that big of a deal. As soon as the new water park came in, and as soon as they started testing their equipment, we found a problem. We could hear it inside the house, outside the house, in the backyard, in the swimming pool, in the garage. Anywhere I'm at, I can hear that wave machine when it's working. I also hear the bass from the music. That's the only reason we're here. So planting a small ficus hedge is not going to stop that noise. Building a sound wall might, I don't know. But all we're asking for is for the surf park to take responsibility for what they're doing. And they are destroying my way of life. I moved to this neighborhood because of the quiet, because of the way it was, and now it's changed. And I can't enjoy my house the way I did before. And I think that most people here are here for the same reason. We don't want to see the park fail. I would love to see it succeed. I would love to see them grow and build their, whatever they're building there, and make it work. But I don't want it to succeed if it's going to matter that we can't enjoy our lives the way we did before they were there. And that's my main problem. Thank you.
Tia Felkel had already spoken, so we will have Dan Laskowitz, followed by Brian Ashby.
My name is Dan Laskowitz. I live in the Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, for taller people. Yes, I thought I was shorter. Dan Laskowitz. I live in the Tuckwitz Creek area and have for 52 years. We've gone through a number of owners of the water park. This current one is different in they have this machine operating which is really loud at certain times of the day, as the engineer reported. How it bothers us is when we would go out in the morning to listen to the birds, look at the trees, it's quiet. Even an occasional plane doesn't bother us. But this thing is a constant draining, groaning noise. One of the previous planners wrote us a letter and said, yes, we have a problem. We are looking into building walls. We thought, oh, great, they'll build a wall, it'll solve the problem. We have never complained about kids enjoying themselves. Our daughter used to go to the original Oasis water park. It's never been a problem. We love to hear kids in the neighborhood. If a house is rented next door and kids are playing, it's great. We love that sound. So how do you solve the problem of a business creating a noise that constantly drones? You either have to build a wall or you have to build a better facility to house the equipment. The other problem we have are the special events. We cannot have amplified music in our backyard. We don't have a rental, we live there full time, but there are rental properties that are prohibited from having amplified music in their backyard. No music. We can't have it, but the surf park can. It's not fair. They're a business, so are rental properties a business. So I think it has to be fair that something has to be done, especially with the subwoofers. In one of your, I guess, investigations, you stated their subwoofers are not allowed, yet they use them. The bass is the thing that rattles our windows. So if those two things are taking care of the sound from the wave machine and the
Brian Ashby.
Hello, my name is Brian Ashby. I'm a resident of the Tuckwitz Creek Golf neighborhood. And I also wanted to reiterate the comment that the neighbors, myself and the neighbors that I talked to, would love to see the water park succeed as a business. We're not at all interested in it sitting there vacant and empty and creating some of the problems that were listed earlier. I am one of the licensed short-term rental property owners in the neighborhood, and I've been really diligent for the 5 years that that's been the case to make sure that my renters do not play amplified music outside to bother the neighbors or anything. And I kind of reiterate Dan's comment that the city has really clear ordinances about being respectful of neighbors with sound issues. In some ways, exactly as Dan was just stating, it's the wave machine and the subwoofers from the music events that have my attention. My partner doesn't hear well. He's one of the people in the neighborhood who says, I don't hear anything. He has hearing aids. He will often take them out, so he can't hear anything. But I will be in my house doing normal in-house things, in the kitchen cleaning, doing laundry. I love my solitude. I'm a meditator. I cherish my quiet quite frequently. And there are days when the wave machine or the subwoofer equipment at the at the events at the park is on me. And there are days when I turn on my own music inside my house and I just ignore it and don't let it have me or bother me. There are other days where it is on my mind and I'm listening to it frequently throughout the day. So my request to the City Council, the Planning Commission, is that you just enforce the codes that are in place. And, you know, hearing that the fines are $255, that's just the cost of doing business to somebody. That doesn't have any sting to it, really. So anything that can be done from the Planning Commission to enforce codes and make sure that everybody feels like they're being a good neighbor is why I'm here. So, thank you.
We have no additional speakers signed up to speak. If you wish to speak now, this is your opportunity. And the same goes for those online. I see no one with their hand raised. On this item?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you again. Thank you to the Planning Commission for your volunteer time. You have a tough job. And I'm actually a professional land use planner. And what I found is that quality of life and land use planning, it's a loaded combination, as we all know. And our decisions are critical to the lives and happiness and peace of mind to thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of people. I live at Riviera Gardens, which is right next to what used to be Margaritaville. And they had the splash parties and certain events 7 or 8 times a year. And it was uncontrollable. I called code enforcement, and I have nothing but compliments for code enforcement. They do their job as well as they can, as well as they're equipped to. And the problem is the city has not equipped them to solve the problem. It's insoluble the way it's coming down the pike. For one thing, the decibel ratings, they work with some things and types of noise. They don't work with other types of noise. And I noticed with the noise that was generated by Margaritaville, it wasn't the underlying musical melody. It was the thump, 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 thump going on. And it doesn't register appropriately under the decibels, and you listen to it sometimes for 12 hours straight. And then my house was vibrating all weekend, and it would go on for 3 days straight until I began to find ways to get out of town during that time period. But I was being evicted from my own home, and I had every right to peace and quiet in a residential neighborhood. The original zoning classification, started in 1916 for residential, was to maintain peace, quiet, and serenity. That is one of the longest legal entitlements that survived in the planning field in this country. I'm a professional planner, and I studied that. So I hope that the Planning Commission can look at a deeper level for some of the solutions to noise. And part of it is that there is just certain types of commercial development that do not belong adjacent to residential peace and quiet. And I hope the city over time becomes more sensitive to that. Thank you.
We do now have 2 speakers online. Oh, I'm sorry, is there, yes, come up. Yes, please. We'll go to the online speakers in just 1 second.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me come on last minute. My name is Scott Shatsky. I'm also at Tuckwheats Creek and have been there since 2019. There seems to be some real confusion about everything, which a lot of the homeowners that I know have also spoken with and spoken to. And there seems to be a lot of hostility from the surf park and false narratives from the surf park. We're just trying to live. Like, we hear that homeowners should know that there's going to be noise. We should know and expect that there's going to be certain things. Sure, but we're also in Palm Springs, which is a retirement community. We live on a golf course, which is very quiet. We don't have a lot of noise and a lot of background noise. And so when the surf park came in and we actually had one of our annual meetings and there was a representative from the surf park back in 20, I think, we asked them what the business plan was. They said, we're not going to disclose it and we don't know yet. Okay. We didn't know anything about them having special events. We didn't know there would be Golden Voice that was coming in and renting it out. We didn't know that they would have the subwoofers. We didn't know that they would have these microphones. And we certainly didn't know that their wave machine would sound like airplanes taking off. And so we contacted the city time and time and time again. Veronica was amazing with corresponding and letting me know, and she would even send me screen grabs of all of the different complaints that were coming in to try and say, we're with you, we're trying. She let me know when the surf park was one citation away from a cease and desist. And that same day, she said the surf park showed up in the office to actually then start doing something different about the wave machines. So we're not privy. We don't know what the business model is. We don't know what they have planned. We don't know what the building is that they've been building for the past year and a half that isn't complete. That's okay. We don't need to know that. But what we do need to know is that when we do call, and I have called, that it is a pleasant conversation and that there is something that's effectively being done. Nothing is effectively being done. Maybe the wave machines or sound blankets are on it, okay. Ficus isn't going to do anything. All we're asking for, as has been said before, is that there is accountability and that we stop having these special events until there's a solution in place so that ultimately everybody wins. We don't care about children. We want them to succeed, but not at the cost of what it is to live there. You guys want to buy us all out of our homes? Great, do that if that's what the case is. I don't think that is viable for them. But why, after $80 million has been spent on a surf park, should we suffer for that day in and day out? Thanks very much.
We'll go online to someone named Allie. I have allowed you to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, Alicia Allen, also a resident of Tuckwheats Creek. We were super excited, stoked about the surf club opening until it opened, unfortunately. Most days that they're open, unfortunately, it has proven to be a nuisance. It's really driven by a combination of music, bass, people yelling. We can hear employees on the microphones and, of course, the wave machine. Since opening day on New Year's Eve of 2023, I have called the non-emergency line requesting dispatch and honestly just advice on how to handle this over 10 times. It's terribly unfortunate that we have come to literally dread the event days and the adult swim nights, which just seem to be a nightclub on water. For context, the wave machine is so loud that it drowns out the sound of our air conditioning unit and pool filter and traffic on Gene Autry, and we are only 2 lots away from Gene Autry. So this is not just white noise or slightly above ordinance, it is wildly disruptive to our peace. And during events, I can hear the music so clearly inside our house with the doors closed that it is like a karaoke bar. The bass the bass vibrates on our sliding glass doors. That's how bad it is, to the point that it actually scares my dog. There have been occasions when we've literally left our house for respite from the noise. And while the closest house might be 915 feet away, the geography between their space and the homes of the flat open terrain carries the noise directly into the backyards. So I hear and I understand that they wish to be good neighbors, but I am sincerely questioning the authenticity of the statement after 60 complaints and multiple citations. The wave machine is one part, but the other part just seems simple to me. Just turn the music down. And aside from that, What has been done to date, I hear that there are a lot of things that have been put into practice, but I will tell you as a homeowner in this neighborhood, what has been done to date is not enough. People choose to live in and visit our beautiful city for tranquility and peace and relaxation. And ultimately, the Surf Club operating the way that it does today is standing in direct opposition of Palm Springs' self-imposed ordinances and is creating a completely different environment than what is set out to be the entire purpose of the city. And as a footnote, I am just really concerned that there are conditions that we're asking the Surf Club to meet on paper. And it's possible that they will meet these conditions, but it will continue to be a quality of life hindrance for our neighborhood, which perhaps poses the question of, are these the appropriate conditions for a business operating that is bleeding into a residential neighborhood? I understand that they are zoned industrial, but this is a very, very gray area, considering that we are only 900 feet away and can hear everything as if they are in our own neighborhood. So I would just ask you to take their zoning as an industrial neighborhood into consideration. Thank you. I appreciate it.
The next speaker is online as Surf Turk. You have 3 minutes. And you first need to unmute yourself. Surf Turk, if you wish to speak, this is your opportunity. They are able to speak, but not unmuting. Perhaps we can go to questions, and if we sort this out, we can come back to them, if you want to do that, Madam Chair. We have no other speakers.
I think I'd like to call the owner back up and see if people here have questions of the owner. And do you? So go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
So listening to the community, as Mike Stoffel, it's very clear that there needs to be some type of mitigation apart from ficus trees. Have you considered building a new building or other reinforcements that are structurally appropriate?
Absolutely. I have all the data here that I've shared with the city about building a wall, and we've met with several different companies that would share with us the correct data to meet the city's requirement. We have explored that, and what they have told us, and we met with the airport, and we've met with the Air Museum and the Convention Center, everyone that also has this problem within Palm Springs, and we have taken it upon ourselves to hopefully be able to plant that. And it is not planting just ficus; it is a living wall, which is quite high. It's 22 feet at the minimum, to build into that, which has been the most success, which I've understand from the other companies that have had this issue.
So would that wall, though, only encompass the wave machine, or will it also go east towards the amphitheater?
Yes, it'll go straight down that entire.
And let's see, next question was noise mitigation. Have you considered changing the hours of the surf machine just to accommodate the neighbors?
Thank you for that question. We do. And especially during the months where people have their windows open, we have shortened our hours. We are able to operate at 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and we don't do that. We don't. We do it during the hours up till about 6 o'clock at night, and we don't start till 8. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. Also, and forgive me, I was quite surprised to hear about the hostility, because I have never experienced that myself or hearing it. I don't, with some of the comments from the fines we do take serious. And we have 411 employees that are there every day. And I hate that I'm walking around going, don't talk too loud. But we do take it all serious. So I was quite surprised when I heard the hostility, and I'm happy to answer to that. And again, they all have my cell phone number, and I welcome when they call me.
Thank you.
Other questions? Vice Chair Lyon?
I'm not quite understanding your living wall 22 feet high. Is this something that you have had modeled and determined that, you also said earlier something about a wall that would only lower by 2 decibels?
So
Is
the
that this
different,
wall?
yes, thank you, sorry. The difference of the walls that we've explored, and forgive me, I don't know the exact terms, on what it would, the whole entire system said it was about a 2 to 3 decimal lowering for it. It would only absorb enough. The living wall was the one that said, because of you're staggering the trees and how you plant them, that it would bounce the wall, it would bounce the sound back and it would filter it. So,
okay.
Does that help?
If I might just,
Yeah, thank
just
you.
based on some conversations we've had, there are limitations on the height of the wall that can be achieved through the zoning code, et cetera. Whereas the living wall, there is an ability to go up with some additional height. So as I understand it,
Thank
and
you.
I've not seen the acoustic work that's been done, but that the combination of the type of landscaping and the additional height that you can achieve buy you more of a reduction in the decibel level than the wall might.
Why do we call it a living wall?
That's what was on my report. I think it's because it's all planted.
Okay. Also then, have you, I've seen problems in the past where there was friction where residential neighborhoods bump up against commercial districts, and the amplified music outdoors caused problems, and some of which were solved by going into the residents and actually changing out, replacing their windows with double pane or triple pane, for especially in older homes where that seemed to take it. Have you looked at that at all?
I have, someone suggested that to me for the first time yesterday. It was in a conversation, to be quite honest with you. We do submit letters. We are partnered with Golden Voice. We do submit letters ahead of time with Jasmine, and within the community we do send out. But yes, someone suggested that just the other day. We have had people approach us to buy their home. We have had people give us other solutions for that, but buying or renting the houses around them, but I mean, yeah.
Okay.
So, yes, that was only suggested yesterday, the windows, to be honest with you.
And also, how about isolation or vibration pads for the equipment? I know
Installed.
you've changed out the equipment or changed it significantly once. Was there anything that was done to isolate it from any structural borne
Both
noises?
structural, absolutely structural. We've vented the ceiling and put it, and the noise actually gets redirected. And forgive me, I should know north-south, but it is redirected away from there towards where it's a storage facility. So that has been successful. The blankets within the building, there's a tremendous amount of pressure in that room. So I understand building another whole building might sound like you could do it, but the pressure that comes in, you actually see that weave room expand, and it's cinder block and rebarb. But yes, what we've had success, and from what I understand from code enforcement and some of the city officials, is that we have not had a call about the machines in months. And since we did the last, reventing the sound, redirecting the sound. So I'm not saying it's successful, I'm saying we've had a little step in the right direction, but it's not become up as much to us since we did that.
Okay, and then one final question. It sounds as though you have taken a number of steps to address the problem in the past. It also sounds like it hasn't been solved. I'm assuming that you would be continuing if we identify other measures that we believe should be tested or tried out, or things that you have not, opportunities you might not have exhausted. Are you open to making more changes?
We look forward to it, quite frankly.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
I had a question regarding, you used to have to keep the garage bay doors open in the equipment rooms, but has that was a cooling issue that required those to be open?
Yes.
And has that been resolved
It has
as far as
been.
the cooling part of it?
The cooling part of it has been resolved, not completely, but we do leave the doors shut. We had 3 days this year where the cooler was down, and then that's when I got a phone call, and the doors were up. And if they're up, or if someone leaves the door ajar, it does affect the neighborhood. So as soon as I get the phone call, I call my staff, and we get it shut. And it's as simple as somebody left the door not fully closed. But yes,
When did the cooler go in, or the coolers go in?
December of last year.
Okay, so
and
it's been 6 months.
Yes.
And you're saying the doors have only had to be open a couple times since that time? would
I
you
know
say?
of the 3 days for sure, and I know the one other time when somebody left the door ajar. Because what happens when the wave runs, if they don't shut the door all the way, it literally pulls and pushes, and it opens and closes. So, and we just, that's all I know of, that it's been open.
Have you been working with a professional noise expert?
3 different companies, yes. That was
Okay.
suggested to us by the city of Palm Springs.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Rotman, is that your questions?
Yeah, with the acoustic engineers you've been working with, have they given you sort of a tiered approach how to mitigate this, like maximum, the graphs that we saw, you're exceeding your decibel levels quite significantly. And so I'm just wondering whether they gave you a tiered approach, and if you're approaching it that way, you're doing baby steps to sort of mitigate it.
Yes, they gave us tiered, and quite frankly, if we find a solution that they say will absolutely work and the city of Palm Springs approves it, we will 100% do it. But yes, we have all the data, we've shared the data, and we will submit the data again, the most recent one. Every one of them has said to us, the biggest promise that you have is the growth, the grow in the trees versus the wall. But I'm happy to share that with you guys and understand it, because I've learned a lot about this. And this is a corporation. Yes, it's a corporation, but it's a genuine business, and I genuinely have connected with so many people within this neighborhood and this community that it's a corporation right now that is at risk for our own selves, because we've put a tremendous amount of money into it, and we're willing to invest in additional sound mitigation for everyone, and that we're not opposed to it. We have to make sure it's the right one and that it's going to work. And we aren't trying to delay it. We are 100% moving forward if someone tells us this is the way to go. The problem is getting people to tell us. And we've done a lot of the data. We've done the research. They've sat out there for a month. They've stood with us, and we've met with different companies from around the country that have similar issues. We're all in a collective unit trying to solve this as well.
And so maybe I missed it, but the living wall, you said just building a wall just will reduce it maybe to a decibel. What are they projecting the living wall will reduce it?
7 to 11 is what they said.
7 to 11, okay. And then from personal experience, we dealt with Caltrans at one point doing construction on a road near us. And if I remember, they came and provided some sort of acoustic film that was applied to all the windows to help mitigate some of that sound. Has that been proposed to you?
Yes, and we have done it. We also have, within our own system, we utilize acoustical plaster. We have acoustical, it's board that's going into our cabanas. Any flat surface within the park we have addressed, and we will continue.
That may be something you want to apply to the residents.
Neighbors? Okay.
Yeah, see, I mean, there's been advances in the materials, and you just have to talk to them about how effective that could be.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Okay, sure.
There's a membrane that they introduced to them, but it does create a fog, but we'll absolutely look into that for them. Absolutely. Thank you for that.
A couple of questions. And to me, it looks like you've got 2 separate problems. One is the events, and the other is the machinery, and they both need solution. I live in Asina, and my neighbors could have been your neighbors a couple of years ago, before they brought outside engineers in with Splash House. Because Splash House did, and it was very limited. It was 3 weekends, maybe to 4 weekends a year. But people who were close by almost had to move out and leave on the weekends when the music occurred. And part of that is because the city doesn't have base requirements, and the other part is that the way the sound travels slightly different every time it travels, at least for us. But Tyler really worked with outside people, and he brought outside engineers in for their events, and the levels of complaints have gone way down. And I think that's something you need to work with in terms of your events. And the events are more, when I was on this commission when you came to us. And at that point in time, there wasn't an arena. There was just some quiet restaurants that might have very light music with dinner. And nothing was ever mentioned to the city in the first approvals about special events or evening pool parties. How many evening pool parties do you have?
Saturday nights in the summer.
Saturday nights.
And we are partners with Tyler, and he does assist us with all of our events. I'm sorry. The first part of it, she was talking about how Tyler has done an amazing job with Splash House and what he's done to mitigate the noise, and he is our partner at the Surf Pro for events.
The difficulty you have is you're closer than we were. You're much closer. My house would rattle occasionally, maybe 3 of the 9, 10 times I paid attention to it. But I was 1.5 miles away.
Right.
And so you're closer, and you've got a harder problem in terms of the neighbors, and you have an industrial noise level that where you hear it in the neighborhood might not exceed the decibels, but it exceeds people's comfort level. And so I think you've got to figure out how you solve that problem, because you're going to continue to have it for your events unless you work harder on it. And the machinery problem, you just have to solve. You can't leave those machines violating the noise ordinance consistently.
I agree.
And anything that you can do, anyone that you can work with to solve it, I think is something you have to do.
Thank you.
And I know that's not asking you questions, but it's interesting to know that you are working with him, and that's at least encouraging.
Chair, I have a question for code enforcement. Can I bring them back in?
Yes, if you could come back.
Thanks for coming back up. Have you noticed a reduction in the number of complaints over the last, April was the special events, say the last couple months?
Yeah, overall, yes. So I think Mara mentioned it back in the fall of last year. We were running into some issues with the wave making system specifically operating, and they were having these challenges relating to keeping their machinery cooled down, which resulted in them having to have the roll-up doors open in order for them to operate their wave system. Essentially, when they do that, when those roll-up doors are open, that's just unmitigated noise just coming straight out, and that's where you see a spike of, it's really between 12 and 15 decibels, so it's significant. Since then, most of the reported concerns that we've received have largely been related to like the live entertainment. So there was reported concerns during the Golden Voice events in April, and then more recently, just over the last few weeks, there's been some reported concerns specifically related to the Adult Swim nighttime.
Saturday nights.
Yeah, but largely the wave making system, as it's currently operating, they have found a way for it to operate consistently in compliance with their permitted noise level limits when it's operating from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Again, when we're getting those concerns and it's we're noticing that the noise levels are spiking, it's because there's if there's a door that's left unsecured and that noise is kind of coming out unfiltered from those pump houses, both on the south and the west, which is effectively directed straight at the neighborhood across the wash.
Okay, thank you. And then the applicant, the door that's under question, does it have is it a roll-up? Is it a hinge door?
It's a regular door.
And it's on a closer, I hope?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
So maybe that needs to be tightened to make sure it closes.
Oh, trust me. When I saw that, yes, I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think at this point, if there are more questions of the applicant, otherwise the matter is before the commission.
I have one more question for staff, if we could get Mitch to come back up for a minute. You've been around dealing with issues like this across the city for a long time. Can you help put it in context for me? This business and its operations and the complaints with what goes on for Splash House around the Sororo, what goes on for other during, White Party, the events that go on. Does this generate the same nature and number of complaints, or is this an extraordinary problem? On a scale of 1 to 10, where are you going to put it compared with other? I guess my point is that Palm Springs is a very visitor-friendly and business-friendly city, and we want people to come here and have a good time, but we don't want them to be too annoying to the neighborhood. How would you scale this relative to other events we have here?
Sure. So, I mean, similar impacts. I think overall, there's probably fewer reported concerns than when we have those very event-specific weekends, whether it's the Pride events, whether it's the Splash House events in the summer at some of the hotels. I think the difference is that with Splash House, essentially after the event weekends, the special events team, code compliance, along with the event promoters, kind of do a debrief and kind of learn from our mistakes. We try to evolve. So those events have evolved greatly in the time that I've been here since 2019 to where we are now. There's also a level of professional management. There's direct engagement with the folks who are in charge of the sound engineering or the consoles for some of those, specifically for the Splash House related events. And through that special events process, we've kind of evolved the application process to include language in those where it's encourages more collaboration with code enforcement, with the police department when it comes to some of the noise attenuation. And again, if we are making requests to make those adjustments, whether it's lowering the overall volume or adjusting the equalizer, the sound balancing to reduce those base level limits, we are at a point with most of these event promoters who've spent a good amount of time in our city where they are responsive and they're cooperative with that process. So it is a bit of a balance when we are coming out there to again facilitate these events while balancing the restrictions of the noise ordinance. So it's very similar, especially when it comes to what the specific reported concern of the noise related impact when it comes to whether it's the overall volume or the level of bass. I think when it's just we're still kind of figuring out best practices with the Surf Club as far as what the best way to kind of communicate and to make those adjustments in real time, so that if it does create these noise related impacts, we can kind of get them under control and get them under control quicker.
One more question for you. Those events have special event permits which allow the debrief. Do you have anything like that here? Because the events are allowed, so is there debrief?
So I've had a lot of engagement with Mara and representatives from the Surf Club's management team. So while they don't necessarily have to go through the special events process, especially for the events earlier in April, we still kind of had a similar approach as far as how we were setting those up and what the city's response was going to be. So again, I think they've engaged with us well. They've been responsive. They have taken attenuation measures based off of our direction to correct in those instances. So again, while we don't necessarily go through that formal process, a lot of the same players. I know Mara mentioned that Tyler was involved with helping them promote some of these events. So again, I think he brings his experience, he brings his knowledge of what those best practices are that can reduce those impacts to them. And again, I think they have worked well with us and have been responsive when we've kind of identified some shortfalls.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair,
Public hearing.
one more question. Sorry. This is it for Mara. Yeah. Where are you in the process of designing and constructing this living wall?
We are ready to go. Like, we could have it planted as long as it's approved by August 1st.
Okay, so it'll be done by August 1st?
Not done by,
No,
we can begin it.
begin. And
Yes.
what are you projecting in terms of construction time?
Probably I would say 2 to 3 weeks.
Oh, so by,
Yeah, it's not as extensive it's definitely not gonna take as long as our building has taken, for sure. But
okay.
I would say weeks,
So by the 1st of October, you think you'll
Oh,
be
yeah.
up and running? Okay, thank you.
for sure. Anyone else?
Thank you. The public hearing is closed.
Thank you.
And it's before the commission. Before we start discussing, I believe our purview is to give staff direction. We don't have any, at this point, decision-making or actions that we can take. Am I correct in that?
That's right. As a 12-month review, this is really an informational and discussion item. So were the commission to consider imposing additional conditions of approval to the original conditional use permit that was granted, or modifying those conditions of approval, we would need to return at a noticed public hearing. So really tonight, I think we would take direction from you, then continue to work with the applicant on what is feasible or realistic to address the concerns raised tonight and the direction raised, and then return, as soon as possible with those changes. It doesn't mean that in the interim we aren't working on some of the solutions that have been raised tonight. I certainly think we can do those in parallel. Hearing that they're ready to go on some of those items, we're happy to work with them.
So one question, and I should have asked it for Mara. It would be helpful to our code compliance if you were hooked into their system and they could pick up your monitoring. Are you willing to do that?
Yes.
Thank you. There may be other questions like that, so stick around.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, this is in front of us. I can start. I think it's a serious situation that needs attention. And at the same time, a business that, if we can, we'd like to see continue. But we've got two problems. One is the machinery, and the second are the events. And I think our suggestions, as people make suggestions, they should say which one they're going towards. Okay, Commissioner Miller, I see your light's on, so you're going to start.
Well, I appreciate, Christopher, you providing clarity on our authority tonight. I was reading the original condition that planning placed in 2019, and it was quite simple, I will say. Didn't provide a lot of direction on what our authority would be, so I appreciate your clarifying that. On item number 2 of your recommendations, as far as our authority, though you say we could provide additional noise limiting measures to be reviewed by planning staff, so you're going to hear, I think, those things. Is it your intent that this would automatically come back to the commission for another reevaluation, or do we have to specify that, or do we need to continue this item as a commission so that it does get back to us in 3 months or 6 months or whatever the number is?
There's probably a few different ways to structure that. So I think there's a few different answers in there. I think to the extent that there are actions that you want us to take at the staff level in working with the applicant, you can provide that direction tonight. To the extent that implementing the discussion that happens tonight requires changes or additional conditions of approval associated with the conditional use permit that was granted in 2019, that requires us to come back at a noticed hearing before the Planning Commission, which we obviously cannot do until September, at least at this point, given that this is our last meeting before the summer break for those listening. We go dark in August. And then to the point of returning, so I think if we were to return with a noticed hearing for the CUP to amend the conditions, obviously that's going to come back before you. And if the direction or will of the Planning Commission is to have another check-in, I think that would be a revised condition of approval that we would add at that point in time. If we aren't going down the path of requiring that noticed CUP hearing and amending the conditions, then I certainly think you could direct staff to provide an update to the Planning Commission at some point in the future. I think we have different ways of addressing it. So, very clear answer.
Can I piggyback on that? I think the time is of the essence. We have neighbors here who are not being able to enjoy their homes. And I would rather see something done sooner rather than later. And by sooner, I mean October-ish. Because these poor people have been putting up with this noise. And I golf on that golf course, and I hear it while I'm golfing. And we're like, what the heck is that? I can imagine that being in my house.
I would certainly not want whichever path we go down in terms of addressing this to delay us in implementing, some of the measures that they're ready to move on. And I think Planning Commission can certainly give us direction or support for that. I think that implementing the landscape wall is something that would in normal process be implemented administratively through a decision at the staff level. So I'm not concerned with that. If the Planning Commission wants to direct that we do that, I think can move on that quickly while we sort the balance out if it does require coming back in the fall.
I can, unless people want to, I have some suggestions on the noise, which is one, direct staff to implement the living wall as quickly as possible. If you can direct the applicant to work with sound engineers to find additional noise attenuating measures, those measures need to be found and they should be report back on what they're doing. I think there needs to be a rule that if the doors are open, the machines are off. I don't think you can leave the machines running even if you have clients if the doors are open. I think the other, and I think the machinery is probably the most serious of the issues, and it needs to be dealt with, but I don't have other brilliant suggestions in addition to those. Does anybody else have things that they would suggest on the machinery?
Well, it's a question. I'm not a noise expert by any means, but I'm just wondering if this has been considered, and if not, if Mara could ask their noise consultant if this has been considered. It sounds a little foolish, but it might work. Have you considered like a hay bale wall? Put close proximity to the equipment rooms and perhaps close proximity to the amphitheater. I don't know if it's going to be effective, but that's 2 or 3 feet wide of solid hay stacked up as high as the city would allow it. I don't know if you would consider that a structure or plant material or I don't know if it would work, but I think it should at least be considered because I got to think if that is 15 or whatever feet high, it's got to be absorbing some of that sound. Again, I'm not a noise expert, but
Right.
please consider it.
And I'll actually inquire if that would work. That's interesting.
But the second prong of that is we still haven't addressed the amphitheater and the frequency, the hours.
Let's go to that next. The next thing I think is she said she would hook her equipment up to the city so that they can do the monitoring remotely and don't have to be on the property all the time. And I think that as quickly as that could be implemented, I think that's helpful. Now we can go to the amphitheater and the event noise. And those are, I think those are different things. But are there more? And the hay bale's a wonderful suggestion. I don't know if it'll work, but I know those hay bale houses are incredibly quiet, so.
I want to go back to something you said, Chair, which was that they needed to consult with acoustic engineers or sound engineers. I understand that you have a couple times already. Frankly, that's not us. And I'm at a loss when you look at us and say, you need somebody to tell you what to do, you're willing to do it. We're not the folks who are technically gonna, well, other than Commissioner Miller, we're not the folks who are gonna be able to come up with that. So I guess my suggestion would be to explore additional more creative acoustic engineers or something, because I don't think that we're your solution there.
No, and forgive me, I didn't mean to act as if you did. I do take the recommendation of the sound experts that we do have, and I will certainly continue. And perhaps I can submit them and let the planning department tell me.
And Vice Chair, if I might just clarify, because I think we're talking about two different experts and two different solutions in here that the chair was referring to. So one are the acoustic experts who Maura and her team have been working with to address what is the wall attaining in terms of reduction in decibel levels, what is this living wall going to attain, the sound blankets, there's vent hoods or something that you've talked about implementing to redirect the noise that I think have been successful. So that's something that noise experts are studying and determining, based on their expertise, is having some impact on the level of noise that's being generated. I believe there's also a conversation, and this is something that I believe both code and I believe the chair has had experience with in working with Splash House and others, are during the Splash House events, as I understand it, and I'm going to look to people to shake their head if I misspeak, there are on-site sound engineers that are part of the event promoters or event teams that are throwing these Golden Voice or Splash House events, who are continuously monitoring and making adjustments to the noise.
Those guys.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify there's sort of two different experts in the mix there.
The other thing, going into the arena and the event noise, the first thing that Splash House did was notify people. So there was always notification of people, including the police and the city's numbers to call if people needed to call, and your own person, depending on who people wanted to call to report issues. But that notification was easy in our neighborhood because we had one neighborhood, one HOA. We could send out one email and it hit 450 homes. I think you have to figure out a system of notifying the people that are going to be impacted, which may mean door hangers, it may mean something electronic, but if you're going to be doing something and there's going to be a special event, I think at a bare minimum, people need significant advance notice of that event.
We follow the same guidelines that Splash House does. Actually, Tyler has taught us that. We absolutely do that. I also have requested and forgive me, it was like 162 neighbors, HOAs that we reached out to become Facebook friends. So we could submit it to the main people, then they could distribute it within their neighborhoods. So we've done both.
I think doing both, because your HOAs, those, or the neighborhood organizations, the HOAs probably are more formal. The neighborhood organizations are a little more informal. But notification, a consistent policy of notification. But let's talk a little, the difficulty you have is how close people are and the differences in perception between an industrial noise level and what's comfortable. And you may meet the city's limits and people still object because it's not comfortable in their homes. And that's a conundrum.
And one of the things that I would suggest, or I certainly encourage you to do, is take your acoustic engineers, not the on-site events engineers, and actually go to people's homes. It sounds like you've got a finite number of homes, the people really who are impacted and can hear that they're being impacted, because you can impact my house, you're good, I can't hear. But there's a finite number of homes, and taking the engineers and looking in to see if there's anything specific that can be done, not necessarily on the surf park side, but in their yards around their homes for those particular instances would be advantageous.
Perfect, and we do travel, anyone that calls me and gives us their address, we do automatically put it on our list of when on the hourly, and I wouldn't say they do it hourly, but I know that they roll through the neighborhood and identify certain streets that have had additional calls, and Mitch has given us just streets, not necessarily house numbers for that, but.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that during the event they go and they monitor the noise level from there, but they take a look at it with an eye towards, is there something physical, some sort of barrier or barricade or something that can be done on site so that they don't have to go back and monitor every event?
Exactly. Yeah, no, we will provide that.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, my last thing on the amphitheater, I would say at a minimum, I think the bass or the subwoofer, whatever it is, has to be turned down. It has, and that's something simple. Not turned down so that the people aren't having fun and you can't hear it from the event space, but I've been to events like this, not for the last 10 years, but when I was younger, and they can turn down the bass. And it'll still be fine. It'll make less vibration 1,000 feet away. It will. And I think that's an easy fix if that can be somehow articulated in a agreement with the planning staff.
And I think that gets back to the other expert that I was referring to, the on-site engineers that I believe are working with Maura and her event teams, and having them just more closely monitor that situation, and perhaps coordinating with Mitch and his team on, again, the lessons that we've learned through Tyler and folks with Splash House. Absolutely.
Is there more? I mean, when do people want this to come back to us?
Well, it's kind of doesn't help us to come back before you've made some changes and there's been another special event. Because we wouldn't be able to have feedback from the public as to how successful it's been without
6 months. Yeah, I think it has to give them time to do some improvements or attempt to make improvements. But I think it's got to be within 6 months, certainly. I would think.
Like closer to 3 months.
For staff, 3 months passes as you blink your eyes. How much time do you need?
Can we maybe perhaps make it a range of 3 to 6 months? I do worry to the point that Commissioner Miller and Vice Chair Lan are raising, despite the applicant's best intentions, sometimes the wheels of city government turn a little bit slowly, and we will certainly endeavor and commit to working as quickly as possible in terms of getting them in the ground with these attenuation measures that we're discussing. I worry 3 months may be a little soon, but a range of 3 to 6, and then returning as soon as it's implemented and we have the data to inform you all in terms of what those next steps might look like. Probably, and maybe this is a question of what you have planned over the fall, is there going to be an event that you're thinking about over the fall that might give us that data to see how these measures work?
I would hope so. I do believe there will be, and I will commit to submitting everything that we're doing along the way if you can just update them prior to that. And yes, maybe we'll say October if we could do. I don't know what your schedule is, but.
So October to January is kind of that 3 to 6 month range, and that feels good. But
I'm still concerned about the community having to deal with that for another 6 months after they've had 60 violations. I mean, time is of the essence.
Absolutely agree. Again, we can certainly work to get them approved and in the ground as quickly as possible, but I think the combination of getting that wall constructed and then having another event to see how it's worked is critical to informing you all on how things have worked.
And I think it's 6 violations and 60 calls. I'm sorry.
Well, the wall, isn't the wall primarily for the machinery?
I think it's intended to address both.
Yeah.
So it would be, as I understand it, along almost that entire southern perimeter.
And are there other mechanical things that you've been looking at to address the machinery issue?
Mechanical?
I mean, or anything.
To address the noise?
Yes.
No. We have done everything that we've executed, everything within those walls that has been brought to us by all the mechanical engineers, 100%. But again, I think our next step is outside, 10 feet off of that wall and help bounce the noise.
And as part of those discussions about the living wall, we can certainly explore, the hay bales suggested by Commissioner Miller and potentially some of the other measures that Maura and team are looking at surrounding the mechanical room, as well as ensuring that it remains closed, which I know.
I think, not just hay bales, there must be materials that people are using that dull noise. I know we had people telling us that with the proposed pickleball court that came in. I think there are materials that people are beginning to use to dull noise.
Well, and you did install some sound fabric within the room itself, the mechanical room?
Within the room, yes.
And when did you install that?
About 8 or 9 months ago.
Okay, so that's been in place for a while now.
So, and then, yes, there is additional material, and we've explored a lot of it, and we're happy to continue. It's a thermal thick wall that we can actually put that along with the living wall, and it's not imposing on.
So I think exploring that as well.
Sure.
And with that, are there any other comments? I think the matter's closed. Coming back to us in 3 to 6 months, understanding there's urgency.
Yes, and I do want to reiterate to Commissioner Baker's concerns. We will bring that back as soon as we can, ideally 3 months, but just a little flexibility to make sure that we have the data to support your discussion.
Thank you. Do we need a break? Do we need a break? We are taking a...
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're taking a bio break till 8:10. Okay, I'm calling this meeting back to order. We're missing one commissioner, but we are going to start without her unless she gets back to the dais. So hustle. Okay. Moving at lightning speed, we are back to item A, a request by 1784 Holdings LLC applicant, Palm Springs Mini Storage, on behalf of Grit Development, the property owner, for a tentative parcel map 39222 for a 2 commercial condominium lot subdivision, a major development permit application to construct a 90,468 square foot mini warehouse building and an adjacent RV parking lot located at the southeast corner of North Gene Autry Trail and District Center Drive. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me get to the slides here. So the scope of the review of the Planning Commission is that there is a tentative parcel map for a 2 commercial condominium lot subdivision and to conduct a public hearing on that application. There's also a major development permit for the construction of a 90,468 square foot mini warehouse, which is 2 stories and 41 RV parking spaces adjacent to the building. And looking at the zoning of the site, this is the zoning map. The red box shows the 3 parcels. So the tentative parcel map will combine these 3 lots into 2. And this is the aerial photograph showing the context that it is adjacent to Gene Autry Trail, which is State Highway 111. I'm sorry, yes, 111. The airport is to the left. District Center Drive and the Palm Springs School District buildings are the larger buildings on the right. And then the vacant lot is in the center. The tentative parcel map 39222 shows the parcel 1. One second, as a 3.18 acre parcel, and then the north parcel is for future development, and that's 1.28 acres. That parcel could be developed in the future for any uses that are consistent with the M1P zoning. The applicant will be able to answer any questions. I know there was some questions about what could possibly be there in future development. The proposal for the mini warehouse and storage is a 4.46 overall parcel. The building, as I mentioned, is 90,000 square feet. It meets the standards of the M1P zone. The building height is 30 stories at 30 feet at 2 stories. The density is 0.46 FAR, which is less than what the zoning code would allow for the M1P zone. Parking for the RV storage is very small. It's 8 spaces provided, and there are 41 RV parking spaces. Looking at the overall site plan, the entrance to the RV storage and the building is off of District Center Drive. There's one main entrance right here. There's a secondary emergency exit to the south. And once you enter the site, inside the building itself, there are roll-up doors, and if you're moving things in and out, you'd pull it inside the building, which is climate controlled. And the 8 parking spaces are located to the top of the slide here, and there's a drive aisle that goes down to the RV parking here to the south. The applicant has provided building renderings of what it could look like. The Architectural Review Committee will be reviewing the overall design of the building, but there are some points I'd like to mention. Staff had worked with them. This building looked different than when they first submitted it. They've added other elements to it. This corner element is more embellished. They've added other elements here with eyebrows, some middle architectural details to the building itself. Looking at the RV parking to the south, this wall here is 8 feet tall. It's masonry And they've added, if you can see here, decorative features within the wall itself to break up the consistent plane of the wall. This is another rendering from the District Center Drive, and this is the office and the roll-up doors that you go into to unload to put into storage. The landscaping that's proposed really isn't reflected in these renderings, and I want to mention that, you know, this palm tree is not a palm tree that you would see here in the desert. An exhibit shows the building materials, the type of colors that are proposed to use, which are desert neutral browns, beiges, and darker accents. The building height is 30 feet to the top of the architectural elements, and it is 2 stories, so the first story does not have many windows. There's some windows along the bottom here. And the second story is where these are actually not really windows. They don't go into the building itself. They're just decorative. The landscape plan is provided showing the type of desert trees. We did work with them to get more landscaping along Gene Autry trails. That's an important element. And also additional trees along the south property line, as this is a vacant lot, and we're not sure when that would develop at some point in the future, but it is a visible wall. As you drive up Gene Autry, you'll be able to see this south wall quite prominently. This is a detail of what the walls would be. It's staggered, and there is this decorative metal element that is up here in this corner, and the types of CMU block, masonry block that will be used. I've included some floor plans. This shows the interior of the building. There is, the loading docks are here, an office, and then there is a caretaker's apartment, which is here in this corner. You'll see it's a 2-bedroom with a kitchen and restroom and laundry. The second floor shows the types of units, and the applicant can talk about the sizes if that's important to the Planning Commission. So our recommendation is that you approve the tentative parcel map, the development permit. It meets all the findings that are within the zoning code, and they are consistent with your findings that are in the resolution. The landscaping and open space conforms. However, some work may be needed to be done, and any recommendations that you would have to forward to the Architecture Review Committee, we would do that. So that completes my report. As I mentioned, the applicant is here.
Any questions of staff? Seeing none? Oh,
I have just one.
Commissioner Rotman was first, and you will be
Oh,
second.
that's all right. Laurie can go.
I was just going to say, you've got a couple pages of photos in the, that were included with the staff report that are titled 1784 Holdings Example Developments. Those aren't related to anything we're looking at tonight, correct?
That's correct. I had asked the applicant to provide, they're a company that has multiple properties throughout the Southwest, and I wanted to see what other buildings that they've done before look like.
Okay.
And as you can see in these drawings, they're pretty much the same.
Yeah, so I know this is a project by right, but can you tell me how many other storage units there are along Gene Autry?
Yes, so there are 2 other ones. One that is completed, and that had 500 and some units inside it, with 20, or I think 36 RV parking spaces. And there's one at the corner of Gene Autry and Tachiva, which has about 600 units inside of it, and it is not completed yet.
How many years has it not been completed?
Our principal planner, Robertson, is the project planner. He may be able to answer that.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission. So it's been going on for a while, and so we received some questions from members of the Planning Commission when you got this report, and I tried to get in touch with the developer, and I wasn't able to. But I keep trying because it seems to have stalled a little bit. I don't see signs of construction activities going on there at the site. So, but I will keep trying to get hold of somebody.
It was entitled in about 13. I sat on this commission when it was entitled. I remember sending notes to Chris when he first came in. Is it 2 or 3 years now, Chris? 2? Asking why nothing had been done for about 4 years.
Yeah,
I just throw that out. It's not, it doesn't look good.
I do know, and not to take us too far off track, Code has worked with them over the years, and per our vacant building ordinances and other ordinances that would speak to that, they've done enough work over time to sort of avoid going into that path, but it's a conversation that we are continually having.
So if that ever does get built, and the one that is currently under construction. And I did look at Google Maps, and apparently there's 3 more. They may be smaller. I have no idea what the unit count is, but just with the 3, we're looking at over 1,900 storage spaces and 77 RV spaces. And I'll ask the applicant, is there really a market demand for this? At that rate, with the population in Palm Springs, it's 1 unit per 23 residents. So anyway, another question is, in the staff report, there was a minor correction. I think I sent it to you about the clarification about which are clear windows versus spandrel.
Yes, thank you for that. And since you bring up some changes, there were revised conditions of approval that engineering has done. They're just minor housekeeping issues that really don't change the conditions of all. Dates have been changed and other things like that. So I just want to mention that.
Thank you. And then this is a question for engineering, I believe. Is there any, has the city ever required cool paving for large paved areas such as a parking lot?
Good evening. Cool paving for commercial applications like this?
Yeah.
No. No.
Okay.
It has been suggested by some developers that they want to pursue permeable concrete, this sort of thing. Most of those types of materials don't work out here because of the blow sand. It plugs up the aquifer. The intent of that type of material is so that the water can migrate through it and that sort of thing. It gets plugged up with blow sand. You get somebody 10 years down the road that decides, hey, we should slurry that. And it plugs it up and it doesn't work.
Right.
So as far as cool decking, some people have proposed it. In these types of applications, I find that it just doesn't hold up. And they find that it usually doesn't last.
So I know LA, I did a little reading about it. LA and Phoenix have instituted pilot programs where they're using, and apparently it's a spray coating that they put on the roadways, which is reflective.
Correct.
And apparently it potentially reduces the heat impact quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's initially like 40%, and over time, maybe it drops to 20%. So I'm just wondering whether that's something that, we might consider. I mean, looks like it's about an acre of concrete.
Yeah.
And,
So at City Hall and the library, I'll give you a good example here at City Hall. This used to be an asphalt parking lot around the entire City Hall and also the library, the leisure center. And a few years ago, we did white topping here, where it is a type of concrete slurry right over the top of the existing asphalt. We did that as kind of not really of an experiment, but just kind of see how it performed out here. And it's held up pretty well, but concrete cracks, right?
Right.
Just like asphalt cracks. The problem is when asphalt cracks, you can slurry it. You can coat it. You really can't do that with concrete when it starts to crack. So there's pros and cons to it. We're hopeful that the data from this other type of coating that you're talking about, that over the course of several summers in Tucson, that it yields some really good results. But right now, I think everybody's kind of waiting to see how it actually really does hold up. Slurry is typically a 7-year application. And I think everybody's kind of waiting to see what happens with that. But it has been suggested.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Land? You had a question of staff? Or do you have a comment?
Operate my microphone. I believe I did have a question.
Let the rest of us know.
No, I think my only question was about the 1784 holdings. Were the other, were those photos included for a reason or the? No.
Yes, if you have a question?
Hi, out of curiosity, I want to know if this temperature-controlled building will be utilizing solar?
That is a question of the applicant, okay?
Thank you.
With that, we'll open the public hearing on this item. The applicant has 10 minutes and
Good evening, commissioners. I believe I have a PowerPoint. If we could bring that up, that would be great. And would you like me to let you know when to advance the slides? All right, good evening, honorable commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to share this project with you. My name is Shane Swerdlow, and I'm a land use consultant at Craig Lawson & Company, and I'm joined by members of our design and development team from 1784 Holdings, including Michelle Bach and Alex Machner, who are here tonight. We appreciate the opportunity to meet with you. So 1784 Holdings was established in 2013 and has been grown to be one of the leading developers and owners of storage facilities in the United States, with an increased focus on Southern California and the Coachella Valley, with a project ready to be permitted soon in Indio. 1784 Holdings is committed to improving public perception of storage facilities through state-of-the-art construction, attractive architectural design, professional management, and enhanced security. And so seen here is one of their typical projects. There's a strong corporate identity with the exterior design of the buildings, as well as really pleasant interior spaces. So the focus is a lot on emulating the look of an office building and then having really welcoming spaces inside. The demand for climate-controlled self-storage projects in Palm Springs is high, and 1784 does really significant market research and economic analysis to study every market in which they're interested in investing while accounting for those projects that exist, those that are under construction, those that are in the pipeline. And the demand is high in the Coachella Valley, and in particular, Palm Springs. And I want to highlight here that self-storage customers are very diverse. So we think a lot about people storing their household items, but as shown on this slide, self-storage customers include local residents, local businesses, community groups, people working from home, real estate agents, construction businesses, home stagers, sales reps, sports teams, freelancers. It's quite common for community groups, different organizations to need storage units for whatever storage needs that they have. And alongside that, demand for secure RV storage is high in Palm Springs, in part due to its proximity to world-class recreational areas like Joshua Tree National Park and the many recreational areas throughout the desert. The demand for alternative modes of travel and accommodations, including RVs, significantly increased during the pandemic and has been sustained since the pandemic hit and continues to grow. And in addition, one of the main drivers for RV storage demand is new residential development, of which there's been new residential in Palm Springs and surrounding communities. And so many of the communities in Palm Springs and the Coachella Valley have HOAs and CCNRs that prohibit the storage of RVs within the residential neighborhoods. So there's this demand, there's an inability to store them in the residential neighborhoods, which leads to the need to have a convenient, secure place to store them that's still nearby. So on that note, we really feel that this specific site is the optimal location for self-storage and RV storage because it is in an industrial zone that permits this use, and it's directly adjacent to the Palm Springs International Airport, which is shaded green in this exhibit. And I want to focus even more on the airport and its land use compatibility plan, which designates our site into 2 airport land use compatibility zones. So seen here, you can see we're in compatibility zone C, which is the extended approach departure zone shown in green, and compatibility zone B1, which is the inner approach departure zone shown in yellow. We worked very closely with Airport Land Use Commission staff and with the Commission in Riverside County to review this project. And one of their key priorities for sites in these zones so close to the airport is to have low occupancy uses. They do not want a lot of people congregating on the site. And so we feel that this is really a perfect use. Storage is a low occupancy use. It's a quiet use. And it's a use with very high demand. So when thinking where the ideal locations, this is a site that we feel confident in. So Glenn did a nice job walking through the site plan. And again, what we're proposing is a 2-story climate-controlled self-storage building near the center of the property. There would be 8 vehicular parking spaces located directly east of this use, which conforms with the zoning requirement for this use. Those would be access from District Center Drive. And the east side of the building would include 2 internal loading bays. So these would be flat bays. They wouldn't necessarily be loading docks. They would be bays where a moving truck could drive into. There would be glass ride tech roll-up doors to access each of the loading bays. There would be a customer service office and a caretaker's unit all on the east side of the building. The RV storage area would be located south of the building with gated access from the customer parking lot and an emergency exit on District Center Drive. And there would be 41 RV storage spaces, an 8-foot screen wall, and landscape buffers on all sides. No development is proposed at this time on the north portion of the lot. So if development happened there in the future, it would conform with whatever the allowable uses are. We're envisioning potentially a commercial use. But as part of what's being proposed, there is no proposal for any development there at this moment in time. Glenn did a really nice job highlighting that we conform with all relevant zoning regulations for this zone, and this table, or a similar table, is included in the staff report. So attractive architectural design is a high priority for 1784 Holdings, and this project will feature a contemporary design that emulates the appearance of an office building with high-quality materials on each elevation. The materials include significant use of concrete masonry unit and auburn and gray colors, brick elements near the center of the Gene Autry facing elevation, dark metal accents articulating the building corners and spanning the tops of windows, as well as glass on all elevations. And there is a mix of vision glass and spandrel glass. The windows at the building corners would provide views of display areas, and those would not be storage units, so they would remain open in their appearance. This rendering shows the project from Gene Autry Trail. Our proposal for landscaping is to balance shade trees such as desert ironwood and blue palo verde with California fan palm. So I know that Glenn mentioned that, that these appear as tropical palms, which we agree this was the best we could do with our rendering software, but our intent is California fan palms, which are part of the iconic civic branding, the monument signage on Gene Autry and many of the nearby developments. And these renderings show the District Center Drive frontage, which would have a similar mix of landscaping. So a little bit more about the screen wall. It would match the building's materials and colors with auburn precision block and gray split face block. And the screen wall would feature a staggered design with every other 25-foot segment set back approximately 2 feet 8 inches. Glenn described a metal accent, but actually what we're proposing in those setback areas are breeze blocks as a tribute to the breeze block tradition in Palm Springs and specifically the Vista View pattern that's very common throughout the city. As far as the building materials go, these are a couple of photos of comparable projects which feature the mix of materials that are a big part of the brand of 1784 Holdings and their projects throughout the country, including in various desert locations. And the mix includes concrete masonry unit in multiple colors, brick, metal elements, and roll-up glass ride-sec doors at the loading bays. So here you see our landscape plan and the mix of trees and shrubs that are proposed, including desert ironwood, blue palo verde, and California fan palms on the east and west sides of the property. And we're proposing a row of velvet mesquite trees along the south edge of the RV storage area. In conclusion, this project offers a variety of benefits. It provides a service that's in very high demand at an appropriate location with airport-adjacent occupancy restrictions that really limit the scope of allowable uses. And the applicant has a proven track record in setting the industry's highest standards for operations, management, design, construction, and security. The project enhances a long vacant site with attractive improvements that will encourage future economic development in the largely undeveloped vicinity. And in addition to not generating adverse environmental impacts, the project will generate jobs associated with operations, maintenance, and construction, and it will provide tangible benefits to the city through permitting and development impact fees. So we're really excited about the opportunity to add this project to the Gene Autry Trail corridor, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you again.
And ask you questions after.
Okay, sounds good.
Are there any members of the public who wish to speak?
We have no other members of the public that were not associated with the applicant team that wish to speak. If there is, come up.
Judy Deertrack, Palm Springs, California. I'm getting a lot of practice tonight. I really want to compliment the presentation. I listened to a lot of planning presentations, and this is one of the better ones. Very well presented. Seems like it's very well designed. It gives me an opportunity to get up here with a planning issue that I've been concerned about for the last couple of years.
You need to be on point to this project.
Well, it is to this project. What I want to ask about is the lighting plan for it. Because what I'm noticing in the industrial manufacturing area from Ramon, if you go towards at nighttime when you travel towards Vistachino, what I notice if the project's going up, and this is in that area, that the lighting plans don't seem to be meeting what I think the requirement is, that the shading, that the glare not go out into Gene Autry. And I invite you to travel to see what I'm talking about if you're not already aware of it. And I don't know what the lighting plan is for this, but I don't want it to aggravate more than what's already happening. That as you go, there is a turn, and you've got lighting so glareful that you can barely get around that corner. And what I've wondered about for a long time is to what extent is the City Council and the Planning Commission attending to the glare issues and keeping those lights at a lowest level possible and capped so that the glare doesn't go off the site or the premises themselves. So I'm hoping when you're looking at the lighting plan for this development, that also has been taken care of. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If the applicant would come back up. Are there questions of the applicant? Commissioner Miller.
I see that you're proposing no covering on the RV storage area. Had you considered putting some covers? Because I know a recent self-storage that opened on San Rafael, I think it's called Secure Space, has quite a bit of covered RV parking, and I assume that's because they had demand, or their marketing showed that was a desirable attribute for people so that they didn't get so hot and scorched in the sun. Had you considered it?
It's a good question. It's something that's been considered. It's something that has been done in other projects, but there wasn't an economic analysis of the demand and the effect that would have on rents for the units. And generally, the analysis supported that there wasn't a demand for the covered RV spaces. So none are proposed for this project.
If you did do angled RV cover, it would provide a venue for solar panels as well. So something that could have a win-win.
I'd like to piggyback on that. My concern was on security for those RVs. So it's just open air. What's precluding a malcontented individual from hopping over the fence and causing mischief?
That's a good question. 1784 has very robust security protocols through cameras and monitoring systems that have worked really well at all of their projects. This will be a completely walled off RV storage area with gated access. There will also be somebody living on site at caretaker's unit. So there will be that on-site presence combined with the security protocols.
Yeah, but that person will be inside on the northern end of the building. If I'm trying to steal tires or something, I'm going to hop over the fence from the southern end. What's going to alert the person who's inside watching TV at 10 o'clock at night that someone's outside?
Another good question. So the security system wouldn't be tied just directly to the person living on site. There would actually be a security company constantly monitoring with alerts. This has worked well at 1784's properties throughout the country because nobody wants to have any of that vandalism, and people are going to be paying a lot to have secure. So that's something that's at top of mind, and the protocols will be in place to make sure that the surveillance and eyes on the street are happening through the different infrastructure plus the person on site. Mm-hmm.
John, go.
Just wondered about the remaining land that you have available. Do you have any idea of what would go there or when that might actually get developed?
At this point, no. But the intent would be likely for some type of commercial use.
No, you want to go? Yeah, let's go.
Good evening. I had asked this question earlier. Will you be using solar for your temperature-controlled facility, or are you thinking of an alternative?
Right now, the plan is to conform with Cal Green requirements for solar, so we would be implementing the required procedures under the Green Building Code.
Yeah, thank you. Couple of questions.
Yes.
What are you using for paving the parking areas?
I believe it's asphalt. Is that correct, Michelle? Concrete. Okay, I apologize. It's concrete that we're proposing for the paving.
It's concrete. And what are you doing for a roof?
The roofing material. I might invite Michelle, who's a part of our design and development team, to answer some of these questions.
Hi, Michelle Bach with 1784 Holdings. Our roof is a standard white TPO roof.
Okay. And then I've seen other storage facilities, and they do clear vision glass, and when you drive by them, all you see are a row of ugly doors. So I'll make this recommendation later, but what's the reason for that? I mean, one thing is natural light, but it's a blight to look at those doors, I think.
Yeah, so actually our facilities, these display corners that we call them, we have limited signage, and it's another way for us to do marketing for the REIT that manages the facility. So the doors that are shown in the display areas are only 3 foot by 8 foot doors, and they are non-operable. They're faux doors in a 5 foot hallway corridor, just for maintenance to clean the windows. But there is no storage in them. So unless you are management or cleaning maintenance, you are not allowed even in that corridor.
Okay. And what color door are you proposing there?
We don't know the REIT that's going to manage the facility yet, so
all right.
Don't know that answer.
And then I saw you answered one of the questions about the offset on the wall, which is good. So there's some areas in the RV parking towards the ends that are striped. Would it be possible to make those landscaped?
Absolutely.
And with some trees, at least to provide a little bit of shade?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
No issue with that.
All right. And then this is more a question for the developer, but maybe you can ask it, and it's more informational. I had a question with the description of the proposed change, a single ground parcel with 2 condominium airspaces. Tell me about that.
So yeah, essentially what we're proposing, there's currently 3 different lots on the site, to merge them all into one ground lot, and then essentially create 2 condominium-style lots. So what we're proposing is all on the south condominium lot, and then the north condominium lot would remain available for future development.
Okay. And you're going to be the owner of the ground parcel, or does it remain with the original landowner?
So yeah,
1784 is under escrow for the whole.
Okay.
And I'll just repeat that because I'm not sure if the microphone picked it up. But yeah, so 1784 would own the entire site. At some point, they might potentially sell that north parcel, but it would remain like a condominium style parcel that would be owned.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me just see. And then I asked staff about it, but would you be amenable to doing something like cool paving? As I said earlier, you've got about an acre of concrete. And yeah, I'm a little concerned about the heat island effect and, yeah.
I think it's something we're willing to look into. I'd like to run it by our construction team and our engineering team to really kind of see what the cost and the benefits are with it, versus maybe just imposing some more landscaping shading instead. But we'll certainly consider it.
Okay.
But you had seen some negative impacts of the cool paving too in Arizona, right?
Yeah, I live in Phoenix, Arizona. We're based
Okay,
in
well,
Scottsdale.
you're one of the test cities.
Yeah, we're headquartered in Scottsdale, Arizona. There are parts of Phoenix that have implemented on public city streets this cool pavement. And as just a resident, pure resident experiencing this, it's hard to drive on. So I see that it can probably have an engineering benefit to it, but it sends off a glare from the pavement because it's like this silver white color. So sometimes it can be hard to drive on. In Arizona, it's just as many sunny days as Palm Springs does. So, but that's just my own personal experience.
Well, in this application, there's not so much driving as opposed to,
yes, just parking.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
Yeah, so that's why I would like to just explore the idea more.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Oh, is your landscape architect from the desert?
Yeah, so we are using Egan Engineering. They're headquartered in Indio.
There are a couple of things. Did you?
Landscaping is Evergreen, and yeah, sorry, thank you. Evergreen Design, and yes, they're in Arizona.
They're in Arizona. There's the Palo Verde trees are undergoing a blight here that they either don't survive or they get very thin and lose most of their greenery. I was wondering if your landscape architect was aware of that. The second question was, are you aware that the velvet Palo Verde is deciduous and is also thorny? Or, I'm sorry, the velvet mesquite.
I am not, but we can certainly run those by our landscape architect and make sure that he's aware of that, which I'm sure he is.
The other thing is that your landscape is fairly light on the meandering path in front of your property, given what else is out there in terms of landscape in adjacent properties. You've gone very minimal.
Okay. We're happy to re-look at the landscape plan and see if there's any other items, plant material that we can add to it.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, the matters before, are there any? The matters before the commission, thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if there was still an open comment about the lighting that needed to be addressed, the photometric plan.
Right, so,
But-
Madam Chair, in your packet is the lighting plan. It was not in the presentation. So there's a photometric plan and the light fixtures. Staff has evaluated it and it meets the lighting standards of the zoning code.
Thank you. The matters before the commission, thank you. And,
I have a couple comments.
sure, I want to start.
Okay.
I just want to say that I'm really, this is something it's entitled, it's appropriate under our current zoning, and I think it's a missed opportunity. I'm really sorry that I'm going to vote for it, but I'm really sorry that I have to, and I hope that when we do our zoning, we don't continue to put storage facilities up and down our main roads. There's going to be housing next door to it. I think we could have come up with something much nicer on this location, and I also think it doesn't meet the the general plan basically says that to work with the chamber to promote and attract new industrial businesses to Palm Springs. This is attracting an old business that we have a lot of. So I just want to say that to staff first is my sorrow about seeing this site go this way, and then I want to open it up to the group in terms of comments, other comments. Vice Chair Lane.
Because of the location, and this is on Highway 111, it gets tens of thousands of vehicle trips a day. And it is the architecture, the massing of the building. We at the Planning Commission don't get particularly involved in the architecture. That's something that the applicant will need to work on with the Architectural Review Committee. But the massing of the building and the looks of the wall are very flat and institutional, and I'll say very utilitarian. And that's not what Palm Springs wants in our buildings that are prominently visible. I'm hoping that through the architectural review processing that our committee will introduce articulation into the wall and into the building itself, that they'll make it a three-dimensional building. Right now, there's some, and thank you for having added some decorative elements, but they are flat, and they need to be three-dimensional. So, like Chair Wermick, I will support the project and I will vote for it, but I'm certainly hoping that we can coach it along into something that is more in keeping with new projects that are being built throughout the city that have, even in industrial areas, but have more interest to them and a lighter hand on the design.
I agree with the chair on her comment about the appropriateness of this, and I agree with Vice Chair Layen's assessment of the architecture. I think it is a missed opportunity both in design and function. I think definitely, though, building walls need to be better articulated, more movement. I think the site wall around the parking, if you look at the dimensions, the building is 262, this is a long Gene Autry, 262 feet long of concrete block with a stripe in it. You have another 240 feet long of a block wall with a stripe in it. And then if you turn the corner on District Center Drive, you've got another 227 lineal feet of wall. So if you're coming from the south on Gene Autry, you're potentially seeing over 700 feet of block wall. And I think and the little 2-foot offset with the breeze block is not adequate, in my opinion. I think I raised the question about the vision lights, looking at doors. I think it's really, I would rather personally see them frosted with maybe, clear light above. Looking at fake doors, I don't get it, So I really would question the use of those clear glass windows looking at doors. And I think there are other examples in Palm Springs, as well as within the valley, where they've got much more innovative, much more creative solutions architecturally. And I just think this misses the mark big time. Definitely increase the number of plantings and trees along Gene Autry, and at the islands in the RV parking. I do have concerns about the amount of heat that the parking lot, as I said, it's about an acre of concrete that it's going to radiate. So any shading elements that can be either provided for some of the RV spaces or additional trees, I think would go a long way, as well as exploring potentially cool paving as an option. I don't have the answer. I know it's relatively new, but I think something needs to be done about mitigating an acre of concrete. And I think, even though it's the caretaker's unit, you've got 3 tiny little windows for that unit. If you look at the elevation, it just, I don't know. It's a missed opportunity for both the person who's living there as well as an architectural opportunity. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Well, and now for the good news. No, I do share some of the concerns from the commissioners who mentioned the design. However, I think the color scheme is not bad, although I would like to see a little bit more of a pop of color perhaps at the entrance. But I do appreciate the desert color scheme. I agree that especially there needs to be some vertical breakup in the building, I believe, because it's very linear. And I think you could relatively easily do some vertical elements that still retain a semblance of a rectangle, which I understand you want to do for efficiency in storage unit placement. I agree that the wall, especially along Gene Autry and to the south, needs more articulation. Did you mention it was 2 feet? I think it needs to be more than 2 feet, certainly. But overall, I think we got to realize this is a permitted use. While we all would lament for something more interesting and more useful, we're in the zone of the airport, which doesn't want a lot of congregation for obvious reasons. So in that respect, I'm going to support this, again, with some direction to the ARC to make some improvements.
I wanted to mention the landscape plan. The trees that are proposed are pretty thorny. I don't think it's appropriate. I think they could make that softer. There are things that they could do. There clearly needs to be more trees. I agree with staff about the 36-inch box, but I absolutely do not agree with the tree plan that they have. It's too harsh for that location. It might be if we were in the middle. It's sort of a tree plan for the middle of a ghetto rather than a major boulevard in Palm Springs. And I just, so I think we're almost done with comments and we should be at motions. I'm going to start and suggest that we approve this with strong direction to the ARC And Commissioner Rotman, do you want to do items? I think we want to include the wall, the building, and the landscape plan, and the shading on the RV area.
Yeah, so some of the items I mentioned, and to repeat other people on the commission, increase the size and quantity of trees around the perimeter of the project, as well as the addition of trees and planting in the RV parking area. Address the tree species issue that the chair raised. Look at possible ways to mitigate the heat island of the parking area, the RV parking area, whether it's shading for the RVs themselves or looking at something like cool paving as an option. Add articulation and movement to the building and the perimeter walls around the parking. A more creative architectural approach, more appropriate to Palm Springs. Look at the use of clear vision windows at the corners where you see empty doors behind them. And did I say larger offsets for the perimeter walls? No, larger offsets. And variety of materials.
And if I could add one more thing, on slide 15, demonstrates or illustrates, I think, that they need to coordinate the signage locations with the landscaping.
So we have a motion.
I so move.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Rotman,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Chair Wormick,
Yes.
Vice Chair Alayan,
Yes.
Commissioner Baker,
Yes.
and Commissioner Morrell.
Yes.
Motion carries.
We are at item B, a request by First Industrial Realty Trust owner to certify a final environmental impact report, FEIR, and approval of a statement of overriding conditions, a tentative parcel map for 2 parcels, and a major development permit for the construction of 2 warehouse buildings on a 96-acre parcel located at the southeast corner of North Indian Canyon Drive and 18th Street. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a 2.5-year project coming before you today, and the request is for a major development permit, tentative parcel map to combine multiple lots into 2 lots, certify the final EIR, adopt the statement of overriding considerations, and adopt the mitigation and monitoring program. In your packet included the final EIR, the overriding considerations, and also the mitigation monitoring program. So those were given to the planning commissioners in their packets last week. So looking at the zoning map for the site, this site is at the north end of town along Indian Canyon Drive to the west. This red box shows you the area that the city council adopted an ordinance several years ago, amending the zoning code to allow development standards in the E1 and M1 to allow warehouse and fulfillment centers. The Planning Commission approved a similar project that's before you tonight on a lot that's right here, adjacent to the proposed warehouse development that you're reviewing tonight. And looking at the aerial, you'll see that this is at the interchange of the I-10 and North Indian Canyon Drive, showing 19th Avenue to the south and 18th Avenue to the north, and North Indian Canyon Drive on the right-hand side or to the east. Next to, across the street on Indian Canyon is a development called Coachella, which is in Desert Hot Springs. So the properties to the east of North Indian is in Desert Hot Springs, and the property to the west is Palm Springs. So when the EIR looked at cumulative effects and it was fully analyzed, there are several developments that are taking place in this general area, such as other warehouses, distribution centers, and the EIR fully analyzed all of those developments. The logistics center proposal was on 96 acres. As you mentioned, there's a building 1, which is the larger building. Building 2 is the smaller building. The setbacks vary along North Indian and along the other 18th Avenue and Noble Drive. The less of the setback is 177 feet from North Indian Canyon Drive. The building heights will be 53 feet, well within what is permitted in that zone. This is an exhibit showing the tentative parcel map, which is 38790, showing the two lots, the larger lot to the north and the smaller lot to the south. And this happens to show the outline of the development that was approved by the Planning Commission, which was appealed by City Council and approved by City Council. This is an overall site plan showing North Indian Canyon Drive on the right-hand side, 18th Avenue, which would be built to a half-road standard, including sidewalks, curbs, gutters. Indigo Drive, which is the very west, and then Noble Drive, which is in the south, between the two properties. There's a connection between the two lots, and then Building 2, which is oriented north-south, and 19th Avenue to the south. So you'll see that in the site plan, the auto parking areas are at the ends of the building, and then the stalls for trailers are located the middle portions, and all of the bays and loading docks are on the interior north-south or east-west sides. So there are points into the property. Let me pointer's not working. There are 4 entry points along North Indian Canyon Drive. There's a traffic light currently at Coachella. There's another traffic light that will be added as part of the Snyder project here on 19th Avenue. And then there are 2 entrances off of 19th Avenue to the smaller building. And internal circulation happens along Noble Drive and Indigo Drive, which will be private streets internal to the site. These are just blow-ups showing what the building will look like. The site plan, water retention basins are located on the south portion of the lot. The hydrology and WQMP has been fully analyzed, and our engineering department can discuss that when they speak shortly. And also, this is building number 2, and this also shows the adjacent 700,000 square foot warehouse to the east. There are several renderings of what the building will possibly look like. Each of the corners of the building has an office element. It is 2 stories within the office elements, and then obviously it's a warehouse within the internal other portions. They provided, as part of the EIR, they need to do aesthetics review and provide some perspectives. This is a view from the I-10 towards the east, showing the windmills here, and then beyond is the buildings north of the McLean Industrial Tract. There are building elevations. There we go. There are building elevations that are provided showing the length of the building and the type of articulation and so forth. As a follow-up to the ARC that reviewed the previous building, they will have to go through that same review, and the Architecture Review Committee has experience reviewing these large buildings and offering some changes to the design. The landscape plan provides landscaping throughout the site, including the types of desert plants that will survive in the wind and the heat that is currently out there. And then this shows the water retention basin areas here to the south of Building 1. The site will contain a wall that is a CMU wall. This is a design of the wall here, showing the CMU 8. This one has 14 foot, and the gates that will provide security for the site. So moving on to the EIR, it was fully analyzed in a document that was presented to the public several months ago. It was circulated in December through January, and then there was a second recirculation of the EIR for an additional 20 days based upon some comments that the city had received. The less than significant impacts are shown here. Then there are significant impacts with mitigation measures, which include biology, cultural, greenhouse gas, geology, and soils. And then significant and unavoidable impacts will be transportation, and that's VMT and the number of trucks and cars that will visit the site. There was a fiscal impact analysis that was completed. This is a snapshot of what it is, what Building 1s and 2, with the annual property tax anticipated, the sales tax anticipated, 750 jobs are what is anticipated. The EIR evaluated those number of jobs, what construction spending would be, the sales tax, how many jobs would be included during construction, and then the cumulative impact. In order for the Planning Commission to certify the EIR, you need to determine that a statement of overriding consideration is appropriate. This document says that there are land use benefits that are consistent with the general plan and the zoning, that it meets market demands for industrial space, that there are economic and fiscal benefits of the project that encourages economic growth and diversity within the city, increase the property tax revenue through collection of taxes, licenses, and fees, introduce a new industry to the city, and broaden our economic base. Also, there are public benefit to infrastructure, including roads, water, and sewer lines, and pay substantial development impact fees such as our MSHCP, our TUMP fee, our public arts fees, and so forth. So staff is recommending that you approve the tentative parcel map, certify the EIR, adopt the statement of overriding considerations, and adopt the mitigation monitoring program. So Madam Chair, that concludes my report. We do feel that it meets the findings that are approved, all 11 of them that are in the staff report and the resolution.
Oops, thank you. Before we go further, I just need to disclose that I met with one of the principals, Paul Loubet, about a week and a half ago, and went over the site plan issues and reviewed the site plan. The EIR was not out, so I had no discussions regarding that. Do we have a report from the EIR consultant? Should we do that? I would like to do that before we ask questions of staff, unless people have questions.
We don't have a report, Madam Chair. We would typically take that as questions.
Oh, we don't have a report.
Not on the EIR.
So she's not present.
She's here, but we're not doing a specific presentation. It would be questions.
It'll be questions. Okay, so then I'll open it up to questions, starting with Commissioner Morell and coming down the line.
Yeah, I have a few questions. For engineering, there's a reference in the conditions, item 41, to a septic system. but there's other references to the fact that they're going to have sewer and water to the site. So I wondered why we need that septic.
Sure, I'll explain that. At the time that these conditions were written, the sewer system that is being proposed in DHS, in Desert Hot Springs, was not completed. The treatment plant wasn't ready. It is just barely coming online. They're still installing sewer lines. So in the event that that didn't happen, or if they ran into problems and they ended up building this building ready to occupy prior to a sewer system being ready to connect to, they needed a way to treat their sewer. In the event that the sewer does become available, then they'll actually have to probably put in a dual system, abandon the septic system that they put in, and connect. This is one of those, the chicken and the egg, which was going to happen first, right?
Yeah.
So we decided that it would be best to have all of those conditions in there because currently in that area there is no sewer. It is going in as we speak, but whether or not it'll be available to them at the time that they're ready, that's another question.
All right. Well, the rest of the report, it seems like they're getting a sewer, and so that
I hope so.
concerned me a bit. There also for planning, I noticed several references in the document to Palm Desert, and I think those just have to be corrected to Palm Springs.
I don't know.
In the I don't have a page number. I'm not sure. I just.
But is it the
I've read all of it. I
EIR,
don't
which,
know.
or the staff report?
I think it was the EIR. Yeah. It was the one with the mitigations. We had some additional conditions in the other warehouse project. It was
Right,
kind
so
of
we mirrored the conditions that you had with the other warehouse, such as outdoor patio space for employees, a spot for the, like food trucks if they came to
encourage food
visit.
trucks, yeah.
Yeah, so if you look in our conditions, I'll have to give you exactly what those numbers, but they are included in there.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure they were in there. We also had some greenhouse gas mitigation measures, like limiting truck idling, and possibly if they're going to do refrigerated warehouse, they would have to put in electric outlets at the loading docks,
So
things like
that
that.
project was different in that, for a host of reasons that are complicated and beyond my technical expertise, it had an unmitigated and unavoidable impact in greenhouse gases. And in part, that's because of the way they designed the buildings and they designed the project, and they didn't take full advantage of some of the construction methods and other opportunities available to them under CEQA and under other regulations to get them below an impact threshold. This project has. So there are already mitigation measures proposed as part of the mitigation monitoring program and as part of the conditions of approval here that bring greenhouse gas below an impact threshold. So there's no nexus for us to require those additional conditions the way that we did for the prior project because there was an unmitigatable impact there.
Yeah.
If I may, those additional conditions really come in the other agreements that were signed on the other project.
Right.
And my understanding as I look through this and our conditions is those other agreements are also in this project and they've been agreed to. And we have a condition, which as far as our attorneys will allow us to go, which is that they will comply with the terms of those agreements. When the applicant's up, I think we can ask him about those agreements, but I do believe it includes all of the electricity for the trucks. and rooftop solar and other things.
Right,
Yeah.
there are regulations on the minutes that a truck can idle, and it would have to be turned off. And also those types of mitigation measures that the forklifts be electric, that as soon as technology advances and fleets become electrified, that they will be able to provide those charging stations on site and so forth.
Great. Yeah, that takes care of a lot of what my questions were. I also wondered, this didn't come up last time, but there's no Sunline bus service to Gene Autry. I'm sorry, to Indian Canyon. There is on Gene Autry. I wondered how the city could go about getting Sunline to provide service.
Well, when an EIR gets sent to public agencies, Sunline is one of the ones that receives the notice. They did not comment, but that's noted.
It's a difficult question to answer because I understand and hear the point. They are, of course, an agency not under the city's sole jurisdiction or control. But there are certainly ongoing dialogues with Sunline, and I know that they are undertaking work to look at improving bus service throughout the valley, including Palm Springs. And so what I would imagine will happen over time, and we're having those conversations with them in terms of projections that they're looking at are, we are now looking at 3+ million square feet in this area and a lot of employees. And as these come online, I am certain that they will evaluate the service needs and look at what they can do to provide service up here.
Yeah. Okay. The rest of my questions are for the applicant.
Commissioner Rotman.
Yeah, for engineering. So one of the concerns I have is these trucks are heavily loaded and big. And I just wonder the standards that the city is using for the road and intersection improvements, are they comparable to like Highway 10? So that it'll withstand long-term use and abuse, and that it doesn't fall on the city to maintain these roads in the future.
Well, I can tell you that our roadway sections are nowhere close to Highway 10 or Caltrans standards. Though that roadway section is, I think in some cases, 24 inches thick to 30 inches thick. Have you ever seen the entire section? The amount of steel and concrete, we couldn't afford to build roads that way. So the section that we actually have, that we are imposing on the conditions for this project, are actually the same major thoroughfare roadway sections that we use on every major thoroughfare in the city. So that's being imposed on Indian, and it's also being imposed on their private sections. Now, as an applicant, you can ask them this later when they come up to give their presentation, but I think that in some cases they're actually going to be proposing for the on-site stuff a thicker section that might even be concrete, which would supersede our conditions, but that's something that they'll propose to do on their own.
And the city doesn't have the purview to require a more substantial section.
Not on site, no.
Not off-site.
Yeah, off-site, we already have approved, adopted standards for roadway sections, and that's what we're imposing on this project.
Okay. And then in the EIR, it talks about transportation is unavoidable. It's not mitigatable. And part of it was the offset was about economic benefit for the city and specifically tax revenue. And so I'm wondering how the city expects to collect taxes, whether it's just property tax or if they're looking to get tax from some commercial transaction that happens with the delivery of these goods.
Yeah, so a few things, and I'll go back to the slide here, and this is, caveat here is this is information provided by the applicant, but we've run it through several of our teams, including our finance director, including our chief economic development officer, and the consulting team that is advising him on the economic development master plan, who have a lot of experience with this type of development, and they agreed that these numbers felt, solid. So there's a few different ways that we are generating revenue. The first, as you mentioned, is property tax. So annually, based on what we believe roughly will be the value of this project, 2 million square feet on 90-something acres in this particular part of the city, we believe that will generate at the standard 1.25% property tax, $1.6 million annually in property tax. The city's share of that, a quarter goes elsewhere, 1% comes to the city. So we're looking at $1.3 million annually, potentially in property tax revenue to the city. There's also the annual sales tax revenue that is generated. So again, we are assuming, because this is what the applicant is telling us, at least a partial fulfillment center. And so conservatively, based on what they think are reasonable annual sales and the 9.25%, let me back up. There is the 9.25% sales tax that's applicable in Palm Springs. Of that, 3% is what the city claims. So we get 1% Measure J, and there's other Measure A, other things that we get in there. So 3% sales tax effectively is what we get. So it's generating about $2.26 million annually in sales tax total, and of that, since we get our 3%, we're looking at about $750,000 annually. And again, we think that that's probably a little bit on the conservative side because there's a potential that a portion of this be a warehousing component, which generates less sales tax for the city. So between those two things, we feel comfortable assuming around $2 million annually in ongoing revenue to the city. So that's what we can kind of project, once it's fully operational and online, and I think they're projecting 2029 for online. In the interim, there's also potentially substantial economic benefit from the construction activity itself. So they have estimated $140 million in construction spend, which would generate $13 million in sales tax. This is a more difficult number to project in terms of what that benefit would be to the city, because some of that's going to be dependent on where goods are purchased, how it's purchased, and how that monetary relationship works. But we would expect at least some portion of that $13 million over the 3 years of construction to come to the city. So, we're talking in the magnitude of millions of dollars here. Then when you sort of factor in all of the indirect benefits, and I should say the applicant can certainly speak to this in more detail, but of having 285 construction jobs over a number of years plus 750 ongoing permanent jobs, the additional payroll, the additional spending locally, gas, restaurants, food, whatever it might be, the indirect economic impact of this project is estimated to be about $330 million. And that sort of tracks when you look at the scale of this compared to the last one. And that one we estimated about $110 million of economic impact. So we think that this is scaled appropriately based on our understanding of the project. So.
And I can ask the applicant more detail about how the operation of this is going to be, and how the sales tax is actually generated for the city. So I'll save that for the applicant. Let's see here. And then the other thing is, again, related to transportation. There's changes in the federal policy about electric vehicles and charging that look like they're going to impact state policy. And so does that change the EIR in such a way that what the assumptions were used no longer apply?
I might give you the higher order answer. I talked to our director of sustainability about this and some of her experience on this, and then certainly Anna Chudari, who is our CEQA consultant, is on the line, and I may ask her to give the more technical response. But at sort of a higher sort of level, we don't really know enough about what the impacts of those changes federally are going to be at the state level yet. Certainly we're expecting litigation, certainly we're expecting pushback, and what our sustainability director sort of expressed to me today was there is just sort of a natural market move towards EV infrastructure generally happening at the market level regardless of some of these federal policies. So such that we don't really know enough to make any determination one way or another about what would change or need to change in the EIR. I think we'd also, from my perspective, say that we need to be consistent in how we've applied this to some of the other projects in the area. So we need to be able to have comparable data. We made certain assumptions for the last facility. We need to make certain assumptions here. Based on what we know today, we feel comfortable with what we've assumed, but I will see if Anna has anything to add or correct in terms of what I've said.
All right, thank you.
Anna, I don't know if you have anything to add. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
All right. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission, Madam Chair. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. You are quite correct, Chris. It's not going to really make much of a change. Hello?
We can hear you. You might just be getting feedback.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, the graphic just disappeared. Because we're looking at CEQA more at the local, regional level, and we also have our traffic and air quality GHG sub-consultant sitting there in the audience, and he can answer to that in a little more detail than I can. If you would like him to come up, he is sitting right there, Giancarlo.
Madam Chair, do you want to entertain that question now from the sub-consultant?
If the consultant is here and he'd like to come forward, just introduce yourself, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Giancarlo Gandini, principal at Gandini Group. We were a sub-consultant with Anna's team, helping prepare some of the technical studies to support the findings of the EIR. I think Chris has already kind of said as much as we can. At this stage, there's not really any clear direction in terms of what sort of effect the changes at the federal level will have at the state level. So as far as the analysis for the EIR goes, we have to work within the framework of the current state requirements, and that, for the document as it's prepared today, those changes wouldn't have any effect right now.
Alternate Hernandez, do you have questions? Commissioner Miller.
No.
I don't have anything. I just want to commend the staff and the consultants for putting together a great EIR, and the conditions from engineering and planning especially. I thought they were very thorough, and I appreciate you picking up the conditions from the last warehouse next door.
My only question is that we could possibly get these EIRs ahead of time like we did the last time. It's a little difficult to digest voluminous materials in 3 days.
Vice Chair Land has already chastised us for this, Commissioner Baker, but I think we absolutely appreciate that 1,700 pages of reading over the weekend is not ideal. So apologies for that. And some of this, it has been a little frenetic in terms of trying to get across the finish line. So it's on us, and we'll do a better job going forward.
Vice Chair Land?
I'll start with what Commissioner Baker said. I have a number of questions, and these are kind of as I came across them, so they're not necessarily grouped by topic. Can we start with parking? The numbers in the staff report I couldn't really track. Is it safe for me to say that the project is neither overparked nor underparked?
Right, correct. After we discussed this, the parking numbers, the ones that are on the site plan, let me go back to it. I know they're very hard to read because in a slide like this, they're difficult to see. Actually, I cut them off, so never mind. So, in your packet, there are two plans that show site A and B. Building 1 and 2, and in the very top corner shows the parking calculations. So in the staff report, it mentions 312, I think. That is not correct. The numbers that are in the table are the correct ones. So they are meeting the parking standards. They are not overparked.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for that long explanation for.
Okay. And I'll just put this out here that when it comes time to take a vote or to make any changes in the project, I will note that on the findings number 4 and 5 on page 7 of the resolution, one deals with the proposed height and massing. We're supposed to find that the project is consistent with the surrounding development. And then there deals with finding the number 5 deals with the proposed setbacks and placements being consistent with the surrounding development. The findings that are in the resolution don't really answer either of those. So at some point I'll be looking for some wording that is a little bit more on point with that. The mitigation measures for transportation. It's specifically MMRP 4.14. They're not quantitative, and I'm not quite sure how these are measured, or we know if the project is making what is required. As an example, one of them says provide electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Another says employee subsidized or discounted transit program. How do we know what the infrastructure for charging should be? How many units there should be, or any requirements surrounding it? And for an employee, subsidized transportation program, do we know? How do we tell if they've met the mark? How many or what percentage of the employees should be subsidized, and to what depth? And all of I think there's about 8 different transportation mitigation measures that are just given a name but not quantified, and I'm not sure how we deal with that. That was
Right,
kind of a question.
Yes, in the mitigation monitoring program, I'm looking for and Anna, do you?
I was looking in the MMRP page.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Giancarlo, you might be better to respond to this.
Right, so on page
23.
Right, of the mitigation monitoring program.
And I'm not even sure if these are supposed to be on transportation during construction, or if it's during the operations of the building after it's complete, or what are we doing here?
Thank you. Yeah, so in terms of quantification, those measures, they're specific. Those measures are drawn from the CAPCOA Greenhouse Gas Emissions Handbook, which provides a lot more detail and methods, formulas more or less for quantifying the anticipated effect that those measures would have on reducing vehicle miles traveled. The way the mitigation is written, it does effectively leave some discretion for the city staff to kind of go through and make those determinations in terms of what is considered to the extent feasible of the project. So the city staff will have to work with the project applicant, going through each one of those measures, identifying that the project applicant is in fact implementing those measures to the extent that that makes sense for the site.
So when does that happen in the process that the city staff
I forget
determines?
what it's tied to, but it would certainly be before certificate of occupancy. It does relate to, one of your questions, it does relate to the project operations.
Okay.
And it's specifically more or less trying to target the employee travel and trying to reduce the amount of single occupant vehicles traveling to the site in their own car. So there's kind of a toolbox per se of different measures that can be done And the way the measure is written, it's to the extent feasible. This was one of the impact areas that requires the significant overriding considerations. The reason it's not quantified in the EIR, there was some discussion in the transportation section that explains even if the project was able to implement every single one of those 100%,
still wouldn't meet
it
the-
still wouldn't hit
Yes.
the target necessary to have a no impact finding. So
Okay.
it can't get into detail beyond what's there right now.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies
Just
that.
before you go on that same question, who pays for that monitoring if it's ongoing? Does the applicant pay for it, or do we need to detail that?
I
In the-
believe there is a condition of approval that speaks to the applicant needing to, that the city would engage a third party to undertake
Yes.
the review, and that cost would be borne by the applicant.
That's
And it'll be
correct,
paid
yes.
for by the applicant, yeah. Thank you. Next one's on terminology. The staff report refers to the project in a couple terms, sometimes calling it a warehouse project, sometimes calling it a distribution center or something or else. The EIR, it calls it consistently throughout a fulfillment center. Each of the different types of facilities operate differently, and would it be appropriate to have different conditions? And I appreciate Director Hadwin explained to me kind of how we got here or what we're supposed to be planning for, but I think it'd be useful for you to explain that to everybody.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, and, sometimes when we, as planners, are in the weeds, we forget to sort of, be consistent and clear in how we're defining land uses. All three are permitted land uses in this area, but as you're saying, they're all sort of different in terms of how we define them in our code, but maybe used interchangeably elsewhere. So, for the purposes of what is before you tonight, the environmental review documents have assumed a fulfillment center, which is one of the most impactful uses for the purposes of environmental review. So we're erring on the side of being conservative for the purposes of CEQA analysis because that's what we need to do. In addition, the applicant has expressed that their intention is to build this project as a fulfillment center. So I do think that we should be using that language consistently, and I apologize for the inconsistency in talking about warehouse versus logistics center versus fulfillment center, which all have slightly different meanings, but we are looking at a fulfillment center tonight.
Okay, so we can clean that language up. Okay, thank you. Okay, I want to look at the information we got today on the economic and fiscal impact analysis. I have a couple of questions there. First of all, construction sales tax of 13 million, city share to be determined. Am I right in roughing this out in my head to say, okay, if everything were purchased in the city of Palm Springs, which is not going to happen, but say that everything were purchased here, there would be $13 million worth of sales tax. Actually, that doesn't even make sense because that's on the construction spending or on the total construction cost. Because the total construction would be labor and materials.
So we may need the applicant during their comments to speak to that number, but from my understanding, based on the numbers that were provided to us, yes, that is representative of the sales tax rate on the $140 million. So I think you're right. There are probably portions of that number that would not necessarily collect sales tax. I'm not a sales tax expert, so again, I think the applicant can clarify the numbers. But setting that aside for a second, your other assumption is correct. So let's say it's $13 million for the purpose of this conversation. The idea would be that if everything were purchased or procured in the city of Palm Springs, that number would be 100% of that. But of course, in reality, that's probably not how it works. And I think the applicant will have to speak to that in more detail.
So we would take in 100% of it, but then we would pass on to the state and the county, the majority of it. We'd end up with $3 million.
We would end up, so if that number represents 9.25, we get about a third of that.
A
So,
third of
yeah.
that, so we can get a third of 13, so we get 4 million. Okay, that would be best case scenario if everything were purchased here, and if the 140 million is really the cost just of the materials, not the materials and labor to build the project.
Correct.
Okay. I'm still having a little bit, and you had a useful slide maybe to go back up. The 331 million cumulative economic output. That had something to do with the fact that for statement overriding considerations, or that the economic, social, technological, legal considerations associated with the project on which we have no dollar amount somehow add up to a benefit to the community of 331 million? I don't really understand that 331 million or what that represents.
Again, I think that we'll have the applicant speak to it in more detail, but really it's the total economic benefit to Palm Springs or to the region. I'm not even sure how we're defining the geography of that impact, but it would include the sales that are generated, the sales tax revenue, the property tax revenue, the additional payroll that would be generated with the 750 permanent jobs and the 285 construction jobs, the payroll taxes that might be generated by that, and then all of the indirect effects of this additional 750 people plus being in the community, coming to the community, spending in the community, going to lunch, buying their gas, going to the store and buying whatever. Effectively, 2 million additional square feet and all of the people and activity that come along with that, and what additional economic benefit is being provided as a result of that. I'm sure that there are economists who can speak to this in much more detail than I can, and will probably have the applicant give much more clarity when they come up, but that's my very basic understanding.
Okay, so is this gross or net? Because with some elements of having an additional 750 people or families in Palm Springs, the city ends up paying, subsidizing their housing if they don't earn a living wage, doing things like that. So is this a net?
I would suggest this is likely gross, but we can certainly have the applicant speak to that.
All right, I'll have some questions on that. Let's see what else. Okay, I have a question on tentative trap map condition number 5 it's on page 13 of the staff report. It indicates that the EIR has determined that implementation and mitigation measures will reduce any impacts to less than significant, which I don't believe is correct. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a statement of overriding considerations. Is that just an oops, or am I misreading that?
I'm sorry, page 5 of the resolution?
No, it's
Admin 5?
TTM condition number 5 on page
That's all right.
13 of the staff report.
Yes. Oh,
And then it would follow, then it would also be on the resolution, and the resolution, it's
I see.
the tract map condition number 5.
yes, the design of subdivision not likely to cause environmental damage to fish, wildlife, and other habitats.
So we do or do not reduce any impacts to less than significant level.
Right, so it says development has the potential to have impacts on the environment. However, the EIR has determined that the implementation of the mitigation measures will reduce any impacts to less than significant.
That's not
As a
correct, is
result
it?
of the proposed tentative map. So I wonder, this might be, it might just warrant a correction.
Okay.
As we can come back
Meaning
to
the
that.
conditions for the TTM are independent
think
from the conditions for the development.
Well, that's where my mind
Major
was going, but I actually don't want to misspeak on that. So I think
That may need some clarification at
Yes.
some point. Okay. Okay, I believe that's all my questions for now.
Most of my questions will be for the applicant, but I have one for the consultant, and that's 4.7 greenhouse gas emissions. And this is the project shall maintain a minimum of 101 points per county screening tables. And if someone is here who can answer my question, I'm assuming that the county screening tables include the fact that the project is LEED Gold. Is that how we get to the 101 points? Is it meeting California green standards? What standards has it met to make 101 points?
I'm Catherine Howe with Gandini Group, and I helped with the air quality analysis. The greenhouse gas standards are based on the County of Riverside's Climate Action Plan, which has basically like a twofold analysis where first it looks at a significance threshold, and because the project did exceed that threshold of the total emissions, that then the applicant had to fill in the screening tables that are within the county's Climate Action Plan. And in order to be considered less than significant, you have to at least get at least 100 points, which the project got 101 points, and it has to do with different reduction measures that the applicant agreed to within the screening tables.
I understand words like screening tables.
Okay.
What did they meet? What did they do? What are they doing? What's different about this project than the last one we saw that didn't meet this? I'm delighted it's meeting it, but I'd like to know why.
Okay.
Or how.
I guess maybe a little more generally, the CAP checklist from the county, it's effectively outlines a whole bunch of mainly site design related measures or design features, implementing electric charging stations, for example, just a whole bunch of, again, my specialty is traffic, so I can't speak to the details. It is outlined in the appendix of the air quality analysis, and you can see where the points are added up and tallied to the specific measures and how those are calculated. Those are then incorporated into the building plans, which is the way the mitigation measure is written. Again, that the final plan checks will ensure that those design features are being incorporated into the building. I don't know exactly how that translates into the LEED design. I'm sure a lot of those measures overlap, but it's effectively a lot of the similar measures that you would see on a LEED certified building.
So it's being LEED certified helps it get this number of points, and these standards are met when the building is designed are built, so we don't have to continuously monitor these items, or do we?
My understanding is most of those measures are specifically related to the building design. So once it's constructed, I think at that point is prior to the certificate of occupancy, all those measures need to be in place, and city staff can check off that through the monitoring report that's been satisfied.
Okay, thank you. There being no more questions, the public hearing is open. The applicant has 10 minutes.
Evening, Madam Chair, Planning Commissioners. Name's Paul Lubay. I'm with First Industrial. We're the owners and developers of the project. We're happy to be here. We want to thank city staff for getting us here. It's been a good process so far, especially Chris and Edward and Glenn, Rick, and even BBK, and the consultants and sub-consultants that helped with the EIR. The project was talked about is in the right place. It's in the red zone, red box up north of the freeway. We don't have any sensitive receptors. I know we're not subject to AB 98, but we did look at that as well. We've designed the site with plenty of room. You know, we're a public REIT. This is what we do for a living. We own industrial projects long-term. So we know some of the issues that you face. So we've designed with plenty of room for truck ingress, stacking, and parking. We designed it so that the trucks and the autos don't commingle in the driveways for safety reasons. We're using colors, as you can see, well, you couldn't see that well on the renderings, but that blend into the desert scape, and we did some profiles to make sure that we're not blocking any mountain views, ridge lines. It's really a false flat out there. It's really amazing how quickly things drop and how those buildings won't be that visible, and they don't stick up because of the grading that we have to do. We're well below the height limitations in that area as well. We're looking at doing we have designed indoor and outdoor amenities for the workers, indoor bike lockers, showers, and amenities, because you can't use the outdoor amenities a lot, so we'll have indoor amenities. We are going to be, to your point, contributing to a lot of traffic improvements. We're going to be doing and paying our fair share along with, there's three other developments going on. There's the Snyder project in Palm Springs, and there's Shop Off and Amazon in Desert Hot Springs. When we looked at the cumulative projects, all of us are putting traffic on there. So some of the traffic improvements we're sharing, like 19th Street, we're modifying that to its full ultimate width. We're going to share in the Garnet off-ramp, in the rephasing and striping to get additional traffic movements down there. Along with on our project, we're going to be widening Indian Canyon to its full width with all the improvements. We're going to be signalizing the Noble Coachella entrance, and that's where our trucks will be coming in. We're going to be constructing Noble Drive to Indigo, Indigo to 18th, and then the half width of Indigo with all the improvements. So quite a bit of work to make sure that we're doing what we can to help mitigate traffic. And then on 19th, we're going to be doing the frontage there as well to its full ultimate width. I mean, you're probably asking why another warehouse, and people have been saying that, but in the last 4 years, 31,000 retailers have closed. The warehouse fulfillment, distribution, whatever we want to call it, would become the retailers. If you looked at the desert community, what's the new community college? It's being built on an old mall site. Malls are going away. Is there retail? Yes, especially out here because of your tourism industry, but it's a lot of food, service, and tourism retail. Every day we're hearing about more retailers going out of business, and we're a consumer-driven society. We keep buying. Product has to go somewhere, and we're helping to hopefully give a place for those products to go out here in Palm Springs. With the growing tourism and the growing convention center, they need a place to get their goods and services. So we're hoping that's where they'll be getting it. Also in the summer, I sat here and listened about the rental assistance program. We're hoping that they'll be able to provide some good jobs, part-time jobs in the summer to help fill that gap as well. And that we're hoping that, that will help. And the building, we're going to go for LEED Gold. Some of it's hard to hit because there are no public transportation out there in that area. But we're going to go for it. We're also a gold status by the USGBC with the green lease leaders. So, we are holders. We're caring about the green. And also another thought, being a REIT, we cannot deal in the cannabis business. So there will be no cannabis-related businesses at all on our projects. Just want to make that clear. And we will be using union labor. We have signed PLAs with Leuna, carpenters, and the pipe fitters, and I think some of our brothers are here tonight to support the project. Thank you for sitting here so long. We've also signed environmental agreements with Advocates for the Environment and the Sierra Club. And to your point on the solar, we've made agreements to put maximum amount of solar array possible on our buildings. We talked about the sales tax generation. And during construction, yes, that's on the construction items that will be put into the building. And we're going to work with our contractor to make sure that we can do get as much of that into Palm Springs as possible. And the construction payroll also will be between $47 and $55 million during construction. And as we talked about, the ongoing sales tax revenue will help fund services like rental assistance, the convention upgrade, just to name a couple. And the sales tax is really generated depending on who takes the building. This will be a speculative building. But in most cases, especially buildings of this size, there will be components in it. We are looking at an RFP right now for the building, and this specific user does actually have Amazon offices inside their warehouse so they can come and get goods and services. And a lot of those sales, as you know, are taxable. And Amazon fulfillment centers generate an enormous amount. We were conservative in our projections. If we did something like that, it would be amazing, but we'd need to find a lot more parking. We'd probably have to eliminate building number 2. But as we talked about, the project fits into the zone. We meet or exceed all the development standards. We don't need any variances. And as we talked about, there's a robust EIR. And we have our team here to answer any questions. I've got Mike Goodwin, our head of construction, our architect, civil engineer. The city has the CEQA team. We've reviewed and approved the city conditions of approval, and we hope for a positive vote. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are members of the public who wish to speak, has anybody submitted?
Yes, we'll start with Zach Strasters, followed by John Sicily.
All right. Good to be here this evening. Thank you. Always pleased and grateful for how thorough the Planning Commission is out here in Palm Springs. You've done a great job. Zach Strasters, Care, California. So there are a couple reasons that stand out why we support this project. One of which is because they did a thorough job reaching out to the community, right? So you're going to see that labor's in support tonight, but one of the things that CARE looks at specifically is on a project-by-project base, does the project make sense? Is the community pleased? And so one of the big numbers outstanding is $331 million. And so when you're looking at that, obviously that's cumulative and that takes a lot of things into account, but we're talking about projects that build infrastructure, which in Palm Springs is incredibly important. It's very hard for towns of this scope to be able to inject that level of infrastructure development independently on their own. So this is generational impact. And not only that, but when you're looking at 2 different levels, 2 scopes of labor impact, you have the construction jobs. They did a fabulous job reaching out to multiple trades, which is a big part of the reason why CARE is here tonight. And then the permanent impact, so you're talking about a footprint, of usable space of close to 2 million square feet. So we could go on. LEED Gold is important. Again, infrastructure development is important, but they did their due diligence. So we tip our hat to them this evening. CARE, California, once again, overwhelmingly in favor. Thanks and God bless you.
John Sicily, followed by Rob Ramos.
Brother John had to leave a little early. But my name is Robert Ramos, and I am with the Ironworkers of Local 416, proud member for over 32 years already. I'd just like to start off projects like this, especially this day and age, will help out a lot of our members, not only our journeymen, but our apprentices who are looking to pick up that skilled and trained labor, right? The developer has done his job and also going out and hiring local. As a union member, we have members all over Palm Springs and the surrounding areas. This would be great for them so they don't have to travel from here to LA. It's a drive, right? Projects like this keeps us home, and not only that, it will boost the local economy, right? So that's all I got, and I hope for your yes vote tonight. Thank you.
We'll go to Tamara Diamond, followed by Judy Diertrich.
Hello, I'm Tamara Diamond, and thank you developers for keeping the environment in mind. And good evening, belatedly, to Palm Springs Planning Commission members. I grew up in Palm Springs and want to address large-scale warehouse development, an issue that has been weighing heavily on the hearts of many local residents. Palm Springs sits in one of the most biologically diverse deserts in the world. Our valley's unique ecosystem is both a source of pride and a vital part of our economy. This diversity defines us and brings visitors from across the globe. The Cahuilla Indians, who have thrived here for thousands of years, taught us invaluable lessons about stewardship and adaptation. They lived in harmony with the land, ensuring its health for future generations. But our current trajectory, marked by unchecked development of large warehouses, threatens to destroy the very environment we are entrusted to protect. The expansion of millions of square feet of warehouses in Riverside County, including Desert Hot Springs and potentially Palm Springs, is devastating. The proposed project's census tract is highly burdened with pollution, ranking 91st percentile for ozone and 60th percentile for traffic burden, which are attributed to heavy truck activity in the area. This can cause lung damage, cancer, premature births, and more. Developing this project will increase these effects on the diverse community who live and work in the area. So, are we prioritizing short-term profits over the long-term health of our community, environment, and economy? It is time to change course. We need to preserve the quality of life for our residents and protect our desert ecosystem for future generations. Thank you.
Judy Diertrich, followed by Sergio Ceja.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Judy Diertrich. I'm presenting for Advocates for Better Community Development. It's late. I'm very tired, but worse. This is going to be a difficult presentation for me. I've been working on warehousing operations for my clients for about 2 years now, and I'm highly connected to the communities of color and the low-income communities that have been disproportionately affected by what we're doing. And the one thing I can guarantee you is that the city of Palm Springs, with upper-income Caucasian people, do not allow the type of development that's occurring on the freeway. It's not where we live. It's not what we ingest. It's not the risk level that we decide to live at because we're privileged and we're wealthy. And now we're talking about $330 million of more profit coming back to us. But I want to talk tonight about who is not represented here tonight, even in the environmental impact report. And that is a community of people, 91 percentile in the census tract for ozone, which is cancer and cardio. 60 percentile for traffic burden. We don't live under that. We shifted it north of the freeway, the same way we shifted Section 14 and dispossessed those people, made a $30 million settlement, and we're essentially doing the same thing again 40 years later. 60 percentile for cardiovascular, 50 percentile for asthma. Who are these people? Are they 300 or 400? We don't even know the count, but we do know 50% of the census area you're talking about does not speak English, and that's why they're not here tonight. 95% of them live below the poverty level, and that's why they're not here tonight, defending themselves against what we're doing. 45% of them are Hispanic. 75% are over the age of 25 with no high school diploma, so they don't have health care. And let me guarantee you, they do not have the money to move from where they are. So they're going to sit there and they're going to eat our smog. And they're going to take the risk factor that we have, discarded for our own lives, that we have imposed upon them. If you hear my anger tonight, it's because I've spent months interacting with that community, 2 years interacting with them, especially in the last year under the national administration that has devastated social equity, inclusion, and diversity across the United States. I am begging you to listen. I am begging you to go back.
Sergio Ceja, followed by Frank Tyson.
Hello, good evening. Staff members, Planning Committee. My name is Sergio Ceja. I'm here on behalf of the Ironworkers Local 433 as a journeyman to express my support and ask for your support for yes vote for today. Building a project such as this one creates jobs, builds stronger, better community from day one. The developer has committed to local hiring, and this will put hundreds of men and women just like me to work, earning fair wages and safeguarding our children's and families' futures. Yes vote for today. Show us that in all Palm Springs area, take care of positive development and stronger future for everyone. Show your support for voting yes for this. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Frank Tyson has left, so our next speaker is Fred Noble.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the commission. There was a U.S. Senator named Daniel Patrick Moynihan, and he said, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but they're not entitled to their facts. Facts are facts. As to the area north of the freeway, nobody lives there. There is no resident of the city of Palm Springs north of the freeway. To the east, very scattered, less than 20 or 30 people for 10 miles. That's the population we're talking about in this general area. As to wildlife, this area has been, I am a neighbor here and property surrounding these parcels. They were studied in the multi-species habitat plan. They're found to not have endangered species, and they were not included in the reserves. The properties have been studied over and over again when we developed wind farms there, and we have never found an endangered species in that area, and that's because of the high winds, and even a rodent knows to go somewhere else. As to trucks, at the moment there are no trucks up there except trucks that go up Indian Avenue, so it's a little premature to talk about poisoning by trucks as a fait accompli. As to the underprivileged, 700 jobs, mostly entry level, is a pretty good start for the underprivileged in my view. What you really have here is a quality development by a highly experienced developer, highly well-financed, that's built projects for years, that has checked all the boxes, more boxes than I would have checked, frankly. LEEDs, gold. It costs a fortune to do LEEDs, gold, and you only gain a few points in efficiency. Staff has evaluated it very thoroughly. EIR has been done with great skill. And what you have available here is an economic engine that will produce great wealth to the government and to the people. As to the construction sales tax, there are methods whereby that tax can be vested in the city. The taxes when the contractors pay for goods, for concrete and steel. We did that when the Sentinel Power Plant was built in North Palm Springs. And the $50 million of sales tax in that transaction were directed to the county of Riverside that project being built in the county of Riverside, 100 yards over.
If anyone else in the audience would like to speak, we have no other speakers signed up or online.
If the applicant would come back up. You of course have time for rebuttal first, and then we'd like to ask you questions.
I'm ready for questions.
Do you want to start? We'll go in this direction this time, and then come back to me.
We heard a couple of speakers here tonight who are very concerned about environment and social justice, environmental justice. You mentioned when you were speaking an agreement with, I think you said environmental groups, and I know you specifically said the Sierra Club. What kind, I'm surprised they're not here, what kind of agreements do you have with them?
They really just deal with our sustainable construction methods and solar installation on the projects. CEQA and our discussions with them did not get into equity and inclusion. That's not part of CEQA.
So the agreement.
So you agreed to do certain things in your construction as far as sustainability, or maybe even in your operations, and they agreed to what?
They wanted to make sure that they had input on how the project was built and operated. And so instead, through the CEQA process, we negotiated with them so that they were comfortable with the mitigations and with their agreements, so they didn't challenge the project.
So they agreed not to challenge the project?
Yes.
Right, if I may add that part of that agreement include, Paul, if I could.
Yes, please.
Includes the solar that is on the roof and the non-idling of the vehicles, the forklifts being electrified. Also, you're paying into a
carbon credits.
A fee, or you're paying a fee for a study that's being done by CVAG. I don't know the exact amount of that, what that money is, what you're paying, but that's part of those agreements. So those are the type of things that the Sierra Club agrees to.
Let me just ask a question. Did they also require the electrical plugs at every docking station?
Well, yes, that's kind of when they stop idling and you know your operation, they can plug in to run their air conditioning and.
Yeah, since this won't be refrigerated, we don't have the refrigerated trucks, so they won't be plugged in, but we will have the ability to charge the trucks, charge the cars in the parking lot, and do the solar on the roof.
I think it was you or another one of the speakers indicated or referred to the $331 million that we're seeing, and it says here cumulative economic output. Is it cumulative over a period of time, and what is that? Is it a 20-year, is it a 1 year, or is it a lifetime?
You know, what we used is a conservative, this came off of an Andrew Chang, who's a fiscal impact analysis guru. We got some of his modeling and some of his assumptions on the cumulative effects on an industry standard for this type of building. Again, being speculative, we're sort of guesstimating what we think the impact will be. And this is conservative to a lot of what Chris said, a lot of the consumer spending that's generated from it, and the people that rent in the area, the new employment, the new houses, people will be spending in that area, just like you do with a convention center. You get a convention business in there, and you sort of project what sort of impact that convention is going to have on the surrounding areas. And it's a similar discussion here.
And over what period of time?
10 years.
I'm sorry?
10 years.
10 years, okay. You are not the operator of the facility. You've got a tenant or somebody that's going to come in and be operating it. Is it fair to, if we're looking at numbers, is it fair to speculate that they will pay industry standard wages for the type of logistics work being done?
Yes, I think right now, because it's such a popular industry right now and it is so competitive, that yes, you're seeing competitive wages being paid. You're even seeing in some of the areas now they're conditioning the warehouse spaces because they need to provide amenities for their workers to try to attract them and keep them. So I think you're seeing the high tide rising all boats out there right now.
Okay, and you said it was 47 to 55 million construction payroll.
Correct.
Over, is this a 2-year construction? 18
Approximately
months?
2 years.
2 years? Okay, let me see if that's something else. No, that's all I have. Thank you.
No questions? Go ahead.
Good evening. To your knowledge, as to the equity and social impact, as to the equity and social inclusion, is there significant amounts of advancement from entry level to leadership in your business model, or is someone else
we
deal
just
with
rent
that?
we rent the buildings out, and it's up to the individual tenant. And one reason why we're building speculatively is that for some reason, I came from the retail side, and I was actually the director of real estate at Ralph's, and I built the Sunrise and Ramon store when I was there years ago. I got out of retail when COVID happened because everything started shifting to the industrial. And what happens in industrial, unlike retail, we plan our stores 2, 3, 4 years out in advance. Industrial, the logistics, they'll get a big contract, something will happen, and they will only negotiate on a building that is completed. They won't even negotiate on a building that's started construction because they don't know if it's going to finish construction. So hopefully I'm answering your question, but yeah, we have to build speculatively, so we don't know who will be in there, so we can't answer some of those questions.
Okay. On following that, is there somebody here that could possibly answer that with some future assumptions, or?
I think maybe Anna, who's on, since she does most of the CEQA work, can talk about if there is any work being done in that, because as far as I know, and I'm not an expert on that, is that that's just not studied in the CEQA process.
I see. Okay. Is that something we can ask Anna?
Anna, I don't know that you would really have an answer to that. I don't know that there's any analysis done in CEQA that looks at sort of the progression of people's careers up from entry level on. Do you have any insight on that?
No, because that is not a CEQA issue. That would need a totally separate fiscal impact analysis for that. CEQA does not look at economic impacts in that aspect.
So it's a difficult question to answer, but I think it's a good question to ask. You know, as we're thinking about, and some of the questions that have come up in different ways, you know, how do we assume the true economic output of this? And I think we're making certain assumptions about what those 750 jobs will be. And, you know, I don't know that we know enough without knowing the operator about how that job growth or income growth will happen over time. So you're asking good questions that I don't think we have the answers to, knowing that this is a spec building and we don't know who the tenant is, and we can't say, you know,
True.
Amazon, you're coming in, what do you do for your employees to help them progress and have wage growth? We would need to have that conversation with the operator. What we could probably do is look at some of that data and get some of it back to the Planning Commission at a future date, just generally to inform, I think, our zoning code update conversations, because one of the things we'll be looking at is we have the red box area that we showed on an earlier slide, which is the area that these large fulfillment and logistics centers are limited to. One of the conversations we're having through the code update is, do those rules work, and what do we need to do, and looking forward longer term in terms of amending those rules potentially. And as part of that conversation, probably getting more information on some of these questions would help you all when that comes before you.
Thank you, Christopher. One more follow-up question. I'm not sure if you can speak to it now. You did mention part-time employment. I'm not sure if that was spoken out of turn or if that's the intention of a facility of this sort is primarily part-time work.
No, they're part-time and full-time, and it's seasonal as well. But I think Fortunately or unfortunately, they have a good season when you have a slower season. So, because you're starting to ramp up for the holidays.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rotman?
Yeah, I'm not all that familiar with distribution centers and how they operate. And since it's speculative and you don't have a tenant, can you explain to me the different possible scenarios of who might move in there and how they would generate income or a benefit for the city?
I think how I can generalize is you have a big box there. Most big boxes are filled with products that people are shipping somewhere. The way you will get revenue above just the building operations is that most of the larger buildings now are doing fulfillment to some extent, some nature, like I talked about the one RFP that we're trying to get on this building, where they'll even have an Amazon representative in the building just to pick up their goods that they ship to their warehouse. Depending on who goes in there, then that's why we've developed 4 little pods on each corner of the building, so there can be different offices for different users, and the building can also be demised, which we're finding out million square foot buildings normally don't get demised. That's actually the lowest vacancy rate of any building, industrial building in Southern California right now, is the million square foot plus buildings right now. It's hard to find land to accommodate that. So again, the operators, most of them are producing taxable sales out of the space.
So take the scenario where it's you're getting goods in and they're loading another truck to take it to Amazon or somebody else. There's no sales tax revenue from that.
When they're just transferring and transferring, no. But a lot of them, if they're collecting the orders in the building and they're shipping that order out, then there's a taxable event. If it's going to the consumer.
It's going to the consumer, regardless of where that consumer is located?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And there has been some horror stories I've heard along the 60, I think it's the 60, where they built some of these distribution centers and they've gone vacant. There's no tenants for them. And I hear you saying that the market is building up and there's demand for it, but what guarantees do we have that you're going to actually be able to fill 2 million square feet of space?
I can't give you any guarantees, but what I can tell you anecdotally is that along the 60 freeway, you have the World Trade Center that is being built by Ito right now, and Skechers is building a brand new 2 million square foot building on a build-a-suit. And the larger buildings go vacant, yes, but the larger ones seem to be leasing up. There's a Skechers building you'll see that's vacant that's in Banning. Well, Skechers thought they were in the foreign trade zone. They were not, so they couldn't operate the way they wanted to in that building. Then they tried to sublease it, but it's on such a short term, nobody else will take a 1 million square foot building on a short term. Most of the 1 million square foot users want to take a building on a longer term.
Okay.
Hopefully I've answered your question.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Morrell?
Happened here. Okay? Okay.
I have a couple of questions. One is, your construction spending, the $140 million, what portion of that is labor and what portion is materials? Guesstimate?
Yeah, I was going to say, we're probably on that, we said the construction payroll will be about $40 million. So
about 100 million?
Yes.
Okay. And jobs, you projected, or someone projected 750 jobs. Where did that number come from? Is that from your experience of the numbers of people that are in the warehouses you lease up?
That's correct. Yeah, we're using industry averages, and we're using, pretty conservative averages, but we wanted to make sure that we mitigated for that amount of traffic in the area. So we think that that's a good number. It's industry standards, again, because we're assuming the type of person that'll be there, and that we're doing our best job to give you the right number.
And then you mentioned building out the Garnet off-ramp, and I think part of Indian Canyon. Is somebody else requiring you to do that? I think our staff report said 19th Street, and some of the adjacent streets, but do you have other requirements?
Not from other jurisdictions, just from our staff report and our engineering conditions. We're sharing with Snyder, Shop Off, and Amazon the 19th Street intersection. We're doing our own 19th Street frontage 100%. We're doing all of our internal streets 100% ourselves. We're doing 100% of the half width. The only ones we're sharing are the 19th Street intersection at Indian Canyon, all 4 legs, and then the Garnet off-ramp to rephase and give an additional through left.
And on a really small note in this big project, the trees you have in your plan pretty much don't survive in the desert. The sumac never hasn't been, none of them are thriving and they're all dying off, and no one wants a shoestring acacia for any kind of shade. So are you open to changing some of the plantings that you
We'll
have?
be going back to DRC and going over the landscape plan with them and our architect and the landscape architect to make sure that we don't want anything dying either, because
Yeah,
that's just a cost to us, because we're going to be a long-term holder,
Right.
maintainer of the property. We don't want that either.
So just, and the Palo Verdes have had a hard time. They're impacted right now. So just looking at that, I just hope that you want, it's hard to have plants thrive out there. It's really a struggle, and I would love to see you have some thrive, but I think you've got to choose species that have got a chance.
Very much appreciate that.
And then my last question is, you indicated that you think the sales tax will be somewhere around $13 million, and that'll be paid on the construction materials. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I want to know if you and your company will assure the city that you'll use your best efforts to be sure that the jurisdiction that gets the sales tax is Palm Springs.
Yes, we would like that as well.
So you will use your best efforts, and
Yes,
will you
we will.
write a letter to the city to that effect?
Yes.
Thank you. That's my last question. I will make a comment, which is, I think it's a very good site plan as I looked at it. And thank you. And with that, any other questions of the applicants, any follow-up? This is before the commission. I think let me just say, I think we're looking at approval. Are we looking at approval? Is there anyone who's not looking at approval on this? So I think we want comments and conditions. And I think the longest list of potential conditions came from my vice chair, so possibly she could start off.
I'd like to start with comments. Nobody wants this project. You don't want to live next to it. You don't want to live next to it. You don't want it in your backyard. You don't want it in your community. You don't want to look at it.
But you want your Amazon delivered
You
the next
don't-
day.
You don't want what it does to our environment. Everybody acknowledges what it does to the environment. You don't want it done, what it does to the traffic. CEQA makes a provision that you can adopt a statement of overriding considerations so that this project that you really don't want to live with, if it's special enough in certain ways, you can go ahead and improve, even though it's not going to do good things for the environment. You can approve it for special economic considerations or for legal, social, or technological reasons. In our case, as I think in all of them, it's the special economic considerations. And that's honestly the reason why we're looking at it. Palm Springs needs money. We need to renovate our convention center. We need to expand our airport. We need to have them build a new fire station. we need more pickleball courts. We need to update our library. We're not sure on a day-to-day basis if we're going to be able to open the pool every morning or if we're going to be able to turn on the lights for the vendors at Village Fest, because frankly, our systems are old and failing and we need the money. So for me, the question really becomes, does this project spin off enough money to help us? I'm setting aside the 750 jobs because when you take a look at the numbers, the average in California, as of last month, the average wage for workers in fulfillment centers is $25.10 an hour. By the time you take out taxes, look at what their take-home income is, and allocate 30% of it to be able to go for your housing and utilities, you come up with $915 a month. That is not enough to live in Palm Springs. So what happens then is it turns around and Palm Springs or other governmental agencies need to provide subsidies to be able to have these workers live in our city or even in the Coachella Valley. There just plain isn't the housing at that market price or at the price that these workers will be able to afford to support them. We like to say that we're going to get $331 million over 10 years because of all the economic development that's going to be stimulated by these folks who really don't have spending money. So I'm going pretty much on a wing and a prayer that the money is going to materialize, because the numbers that have been put before us, I don't necessarily think speak the full picture. However, there are certain things that I don't disagree with, and that is the fact that we will get property tax, we will get sales tax from the shopping that they do. I don't believe that we're getting $13 million to Palm Springs for sales tax on the construction goods, because since the beginning of this meeting, it's dropped down to, there's only $100 million worth of taxable sales, which would mean that we could get up to $9 or $10 million, except that only 3 cents on the dollar actually comes to Palm Springs. The rest of it goes to the county and to the state. However, the $331 million of benefit over 10 years is appealing in this economic climate and in the financial condition that the city finds itself in. So, with that being said, I don't personally want this kind of development in my backyard. The women who spoke on that were absolutely right. I live downtown. It's not in my neighborhood, which makes it easier to tolerate. That being said, had Palm Springs this kind of development 30 years ago when I moved here, I don't think I would have chosen to move to Palm Springs. I had somebody stop me at the pool the other day and say, I don't want to live in Moreno Valley, and I get that. That being said, we need it. I am going to vote for it. As far as, sorry about that, Chairman. You give me the opportunity. Okay, but then we need to talk about
comments. I think we need to throw them out.
Exactly, we need to talk about conditions.
Before we get to conditions, because we've just had a speech. If there are other speeches, I'd rather get the speeches.
I'll be very quiet now.
Are there other speeches? No. Okay, then we're back to conditions.
I agree with Lori. It's not a project that I want. I'm highly suspect of the economic benefit to the city. And other than the property tax, the rest of the numbers are very challengeable to me. And then the long-term maintenance of the roads, which I don't think are going to be built to a standard that will withstand the long-term heavy usage of these trucks going in and out. That's going to cost the city money. Yeah, I just don't see, other than the property tax, I just don't, the 750 jobs, they're not going to be living in Palm Springs. They'll be in DHS, they'll be in thermal, they'll be somewhere else in the valley, I think. I'm having a real hard time with the economic benefit. So that's my speech.
Okay, and so I'm going to vote for this project. And I think I'm voting for it because of the economic benefit. I'm not as suspicious. I mean, if we get a fulfillment center, we get dollars. And if we don't get a fulfillment center, maybe we get one later because it's a large project, but we've got the possibility of getting those dollars. And the permanent jobs, we have people in hospitality who can't work in the summer. There aren't jobs for them. And having something that tides them over is important, even if it's not the best job in the world, it's still a job. So those things matter. I think it's good to have more industry than one industry in this town. I would prefer that we had some kind of high-tech campus that was that was what Cambridge used to be, was throwing off multi-million-dollar businesses every day, but we don't have that. So we're adding an industry, we're adding it in a discrete area of the city. And yes, I wouldn't want to live next to it, but it's a very discrete area of the city, and we're not getting a huge number of them. And I have seen in person that when we've objected to things, they've gone next door and we get the exact same impact, but we don't get the property tax, we don't get the sales tax, and if it's a fulfillment center, we don't get the fulfillment center taxes. And I would rather have enough money that we can build a new library and a new swim center, which I don't use, but I think it's really important. It's really important to have a new swim center. Yeah, and as many fire stations as we can build. And honestly, I'd like to throw a few dollars into the employee retirement funds too, because I think it's important that we keep our employees, our good employees, happy. So I'm going to vote for this. I have some conditions. They're not huge, but there was some language that needed to be fixed up. Oh, and the other thing is it is the first time we've had somebody going for LEED Gold. I used to finance buildings all over the state that were affordable housing, and people went out for LEED Silver and LEED Gold, and we've never seen it here. And having somebody build an environmentally more sensitive building, I think, is important. And I'm glad that it meets we don't have greenhouse gases, although we have huge traffic. I'm not happy about the traffic impacts. So the first condition I had, which is a small one, we got a letter on PLN number 7, which was renewable energy, and we got asked by the former director of our desert energy company to rewrite this provision, and it says, subject to the compliance with the settlement agreement and release, if rooftop solar is not expected to meet the facility's energy demands, the applicant and all tenants in the building shall endeavor to use 100% carbon-free power via Desert Community Energy or an electric provider registered with the California Public Utilities Commission to satisfy the excess power requirements for projects and help reduce any impacts. A determination on the feasibility and applicability of this requirement shall be made by the Director of Planning Services in consultation with the Office of Sustainability and coordination with the applicant and tenants. And it's a rewrite and an improvement on the PLN 7 that's currently in our And if you want to read the one that,
No, just to elaborate on that, just because that was a lot. It's really, as it was originally written, was very limited to DCE, and I think there was a concern that there are other carbon neutral energy products out there in other state affiliated or licensed providers. So expanding that and also extending it not just to the property owner or developer, but the tenants.
right, and that most importantly, since we know this will be a leased building. So the substitution for that is one of the items. I think there was a clarification on one of the findings.
I have, yeah, a couple of those. Let's see, on TTM, condition number 5, staff is going to clarify the wording, which seems to indicate that everything will be mitigated to less than significant.
What I think that we need to say is in that last section is that implementation of mitigation measures will reduce most impacts to less than significant instead of all.
Okay.
And then comma, or have been, we can work on this language, or have been overridden through the statement of overriding considerations.
Yes.
And then carry on.
That would sound right. And then also, I think on conditions 4 and 5, findings, number 4 and number 5 about the proposed height and massing being consistent with adjacent development and about the setbacks being consistent with adjacent development, staff will.
Yeah, I think for that, what I would recommend at the end of 4 is additionally, the height and massing are consistent with the E1/M2 development standards for this area, as well as prior approved development on adjacent parcels.
Okay.
Does
Yeah,
that
it's
work?
just kind of hard because there's nothing out there to.
But it is consistent with the prior approvals, so I think
Okay.
we can thread the needle that way. And I would
Okay.
add similar language to the end of 5.
Okay, that works for me.
There's also a condition on payment for the monitoring, and it's for the monitoring during construction, and to the extent there's monitoring ongoing, the applicant or the owner will pay for
Third party
a third party.
monitoring.
It's in there for the ongoing, okay. The other thing is, as we make the motion, we are certifying the final environmental impact report, adopting a statement of overriding conditions, adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approving the tentative parcel map and the major development permit, subject to conditions. So a motion would have to include all of those. Are there other conditions? I have one, just as I would very much like the Architectural Review Committee to review the landscape plan and particularly the tree choices to trees that have a chance of thriving in that environment. Are there other, Commissioner Rotman?
Yeah, I noticed in their package, they're calling out all the site lighting to be 5,000 Kelvin. But in the AES 1, which was in the errata and revision section, there's a thing that says, calls out the lighting to be 3,000 Kelvin or less. So just want to make sure that that's addressed. And then,
Sorry, can I just get clarification on that? So we would want it to be at 3,000 or less?
well, that's yes. If they can make it work, yeah, that would be preferable.
Okay, we can work
But
with that.
5,000 is really horrible. And then I didn't see a lot of information about the articulation of the site walls. So I'd like ARC to look at that. There was no detail on that. And then, yeah.
Anything else? Do we have I'm willing to make the motion. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Will you call the roll? Any comments? Will you call the roll?
Chair Wormick.
Yes.
Vice Chair Alayan.
Yes.
Commissioner Baker.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Commissioner Rotman.
No.
And Commissioner Morale.
Yes.
The motion
Motion.
passes. Thank you. Okay. Moving right along. This is the longest commission meeting we've had in a while. I don't know if it counts because we had technical difficulties for about an hour in the beginning, but
It felt like 3 hours of my life, but yes.
okay.
What's for dinner?
For real.
I ate at 4 o'clock. Oh, my goodness. Okay. So we are at Planning Commissioner requests, reports, and comments.
I have a comment that is kind of a follow-on, but it will be brief.
Anita, start the timer.
When I was talking about needing to subsidize the housing for workforce, I ran up very conservative numbers on what that would cost a year to provide subsidies for salaries that only earn low income, in some cases very low. And even if they're just renting a studio to a 2-bedroom apartment, it runs from 1.8 million to 6.7 million a year. If they're living, that's when you hope that they don't all live in Palm Springs because that's more money than we have. What this argues for is an inclusionary housing ordinance. We started down that road some time ago, and it would have had a fee for commercial, industrial, and market rate housing projects to help subsidize affordable housing. And I would encourage the policymakers and staff to keep working on that because I think it's somewhere in the pipeline.
Yeah, maybe just very briefly. We were looking at inclusionary housing, which is, where there's a set aside in residential development or a payment in lieu. You could say a new development, 10% of the housing needs to be deed restricted affordable. We are also looking at what Vice Chair Lane is referring to is a commercial nexus or linkage fee. And so one of the first requirements to do that and consider that is to do a study, a nexus study, which we completed about 2 years ago with a consulting team and took to the City Council as a study session item. And so what that study needs to do is effectively do the math that Vice Chair Lane was alluding to and say, in this particular type of industry, you can expect average wages of this. Housing costs are this, and what's the sort of delta in between? And so what is the contribution that would be required by that development or that developer to subsidize the housing needed to house those workers? And so that study was concluded. We took it as a study session to council. Of course, the fees you can reasonably charge and still make a project feasible are not anywhere close to what the actual cost of housing that people are. So it's a challenge. We got direction from council, and then we went into elections and have a new council and haven't really, based on their current priorities, revisited the conversation. It is something that the code team is looking at as part of the zoning code update. So I hear you, I agree. It's something I would like to pursue and appreciate the pitch.
If there's any city in the Coachella Valley that has the political will and courage to do it, it's Palm Springs. So I'm hopeful.
It should be Palm Springs. Thank you for the update. The concern is shared by all of us. Other comments? Planning directors report.
Everyone's checking their watch. So the only thing that I will say, and this relates to the Sherwin-Williams decision as well as the In-N-Out decision, is we've become aware of an oddity in the zoning code and the municipal code that well, any member of council can call up for review any decision of a subsidiary body for which they directly appoint the member, so you all, which they've exercised from time to time, most recently the Starbucks decision on Vistacino. The way that the language is worded in the code is that they can only call up for review items for those bodies, again, that they directly appoint. So what this means is that architectural review committee's decisions are kind of in this no man's land of not being subject to council member review unless appealed with the filing of the full appeal fee, which is odd. I mean, we're effectively tying council's hands to review decisions of a subsidiary body. And I think it's raised concerns among different members in the community, especially based on the decision to advance in and out without sort of having a little more certainty around the final architecture and what that process is going to look like, and making sure that there are the checks and balances available to council and to you all to ensure that that sort of comports to the direction that you had provided and to certainly their vision. So we will be considering, and council requested this at their meeting last night, bringing back revisions to the code to address that loophole and allowing that call-up provision to be applied more broadly to the ARC. So just wanted to provide that update, which again, I think provides more checks and balances to the in and out discussion that we had recently. And I will leave my updates there so everyone can get home.
Okay, and that is the end of the report. So this is the end of our meeting. I'm adjourning until 5:30, Tuesday, September 9th. I wish everybody a happy summer vacation, except for those people that are meeting in subcommittees. Good night, thank you.